Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Hi there, Carol. Sorry to make you wait 1 minute. Welcome Saturday night. Hi there, Last Dance. As I said, Carol. Georgie, what's up, guy? Good to see you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Like I said, Saturday night. Spring is in the air. So happy all around. Hey, look, it's Blind Fury. What's up, Blind Fury? Good to see you, man. Random chords, throwing something together. Sometimes that can be fun on the guitar. Just play whatever comes to mind. And that did sound like a song. I can't pick out what song, but somewhere in the history of classic rock, I'm sure that one has been played. All right. Dippy Derek. What's up, brother? What are you smoking tonight, man? Anything good? Just weed? Just weed. Uncle John's band, not bad. Pretty close, maybe a little bit slower. Come see Uncle John's band. Great tune. Yeah, probably was close to that. Can't tell which one I have here. Shit, that's not good, Blind Fury. Yeah, you got to make sure we keep our missiles. Well, we're going to have to produce some, aren't we? Lost my little scissors. Shit. Well, that's a bummer. That's the Tahoe OG. Good shit. It has a lemony type flavor going on there. Yeah, just weed, mate. Yeah, well, shit's going to be going on for a long time over there. So, yeah, it's just a nightmare, man. It's just a nightmare. But, I don't know. It's not... Yeah, I guess it comes down to, Carol, at what point do you defend, or do you just leave it alone? Yeah, what do you do? Nobody has an answer. Certainly not Biden, fucking guy. Guy is more confused by the day. It's unbelievable. I certainly don't have an answer. I just know the innocent people who are stuck on the ground, like families, kids, women and children and shit, old people, they're getting fucked up. That much I don't like. And it's a real horror. You would know, brother. I don't think. Yeah, one would imagine that they would have pretty tight tabs on what they have for weapons. So they can't just be giving every fucking thing away. It doesn't make any damn sense. Tasty. No, I definitely don't want that blind fury. Not at all. I just, what I think is, hey, Sammy Cat, that it shouldn't have happened in the first place. And um, that sucks, but I don't want to get involved, and I don't think we should get involved. I think that's obvious. Anyone who says they want to get involved, I don't think they realize the ramifications could mean total nuclear devastation of the world. Figure out the border thing too there, Tesla. And hi, how are you? 10 a minute. Okay. I mean, it's all over the news 10 minutes ago. It's all over the news here. I don't know how you could not hear about it, but yeah, I mean, this shit's going to be going on for a really long fucking time. Is it to them settling and giving some couple of regions to Putin? Yeah, certainly. But that could be argued. Ooh, BLT. Very nice. It's a solid sandwich, but not really one I would ever have, but it's a good one. Reminds me of the Princess Bride. They have a mutton lettuce MLT, mutton lettuce and tomato. They slice the tomato so thin. It's freezing. Do I have issues here with my connection? All right. Hopefully that did it. Yeah, let me know. Last Dance, Tesla, Amy, Sammy, am I freezing? I'm freezing. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You didn't notice any freezing either, Last Dance. Okay, yeah, because if it's my connection. All right, let me try something then. Unmuted. I unmuted. See if that's any better. Silent and freezing. Damn. Okay, you hear me now? That's good. Am I still glitchy? Wonder what that's about. Okay, now George says no. All right, let's just give it a few minutes and see if it works itself out. Very glitchy. Okay. Okay. All right, I just switched. I switched USB ports. Let me know if that did anything. Where'd the joint go? No, I'm not connected on Wi-Fi. I'm connected on hardwire. Hold on. How's that? Is that any better? Okay, because I just let me see here. Okay, I think I did it. No, I think it was on Wi-Fi last dance. You got me. You were right. So I just shut off Wi-Fi, but I'm hardwired to the Wi-Fi router, so I have to leave the Wi-Fi on. But tell me now, like if that does it, I'll click the Wi-Fi completely off if that didn't work. We're gonna get there. So tell me, am I still glitching? The delay is killing me. Still freezing up? Seems good now. Okay. Hey, it's good now, and there's my buddy Biscuit Vapes. What's up, bro? Cool. Yeah, you were right. How it happens sometimes? It's plugged in. I have the little computer thingy with the wire in front of it. But then when I click on that, and it opens up the side menu, it shows me that I'm actually plugged in with wired internet, but it is using the wireless aspect to communicate. So if I don't shut off that wireless communicate button, then fucking bastards, you think they would just pick the strongest? Because this thing hardwired is awesome. It's insane. Oh, dude, right on. You're on your banging PC. Very cool. Very cool. You might have a seizure if you watch Last Dance Dance. It will be your last dance. And he would dance to the song Last Dance by Donna Summer. Which that's not where he got his name, because I did ask him that. That is a horrible song. Now I'm all nervous. I'm like drinking and smoking. I've got to calm the nerves. Ah, Jesus. Just kidding. The Barney Fife, the Shake. Anyone a big fan of Barney Fife? I know. First, this thing was making me cough, but it smoothed right out for me. Let's open that up a little. Get the exhaust going. Pull out some of the smoke. Is that Donna Summer? Carol Collins? The Who? Or who? I know the Who. I know some Who songs. I can at least hack away at a couple. Who was around first, the Who or the Guess Who? Google search, whoever's up on it. It's got to be goddamn close, the Who or the Guess Who. They're both late 60s, so Who probably. Yeah. The Guess Who. What songs did they have? Was there American Woman? Was that the Guess Who? How's that one go? That's a good one. No time, right? No time left for you. Oh, Etta James. She's classic. Love. No sugar tonight in my coffee. Good tune. Lonely feeling deep inside. Very good. Good one, wife. I've never heard of the game, Guess Who, but I've heard of the band. Isn't that something, Amy? Etta James, fabulous voice. Okay, so they were right there. I mean, the Who must have been a little bit pissed off. I mean, this band comes around, the Guess Who. I mean, somewhat almost the same name. I wonder. Must have been confusing. Oh, what's that? Roach from last night. Speaking of last night, evening here, Random Goon, another great stream on Twitch. Random Goon does a request line with a game called Rocksmith, where he plays along with songs, and it's a fun place to hang out and catch some tunes and make some requests. And he would even play Etta James, Carol. I mean, he'll play anything. He likes different and eclectic music, and he wants to make people happy, which is very cool. So now the wires are crossed over here, and it's bugging me. But if I unplug them and switch the fucking things back, what's going to happen is the mystery Wi-Fi thing is going to come back. So I have to ignore my OCD. Don't worry about the crossed wires. Just let it go. The microphone usually goes on the front one, and the internet is on the back port. And I flipped them thinking that that was the problem. Now it's bothering me. Don't do anything. I know. Trust me, I know. I went through this earlier. I was doing some work. I'd put up another window today. And I'm coming up with all these ideas of keeping the water out. And I keep going and going. I'm like, all right, that's fucking enough. Don't do any more. Don't change the wires. Okay, I got you. Ladies are right. I will not touch the wires. Hello, Martin. Good to see you, man. What's a 60 switchboard? No. Oh, no. Yeah, Martin, good to have you back, man. You've popped in here and there, but I know it's late for you, but it is Saturday. So once we get rolling, if you're still around, I'd love you to join us in if you want. Join in with us if you want. That Tahoe OG packed a nice little punch. Obviously invented probably in the town of Lake Tahoe, or at least adjacent to the lake itself. Great growing community out there. I knew of one guy who was from Tahoe. He was driving around California with large totes full of cannabis back when it was illegal. And he turned that into some cash. Like a lot of people back in the day, the legacy growers, the ones who were outlaws back then, you had to do it, and it was all clandestine. Fucking, they had helicopters and guys coming down, fucking M16s and shit, busting cannabis grows. Just then it became legal, and hey, no big deal. You can do it now. Sorry about all those arrests and guns and stuff. Hey, Rene Jean. Mishma. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Cross the streams. Don't cross the streams. Yep. Hey, Renee. Welcome. This is the International Pub. Just getting things underway here. There's a new little picture I put up there. Little sunshine and next to the lemonade. Yeah, Renee, we just hang out. I get people joining in here after a few more minutes, and we all just kind of bullshit talk and pick things apart from the news, world events, Johnny Depp, war, whatever, the important things in life. Cannabis, which is always a fun subject. Yeah, and it's crazy now. They might legalize it, but yeah, I do remember the name Renee, I think. Renee Jean. Yeah, Carol loves Johnny Depp. I think he's kind of just bizarre. I've never really liked him per se. Not a huge fan of his movies. I know I can't think of a ton of them. Obviously, the pirate ones, which I'm not kind of for kids. What else is there? I don't know. Jesus, I have no idea. Seriously, yeah, a war or Johnny Depp? He's eccentric, yeah. Bizarreness, okay. Edward Scissorhands, thank you. Fear and Loathing, there you go. Great one, Biscuit. He was fabulous in that, playing, of course, Hunter S. Thompson, who basically wrote a story about himself going to Las Vegas with his lawyer. They bring a fairly good-sized tackle box full of drugs, and they're going to fucking write a story for a sports publication about a motorcycle race in the desert. And he ends up, the drug binge is quite something to watch. Good movie, great book. Sweeney Todd, okay, cool. There you go. Now you guys look. Bringing up some good ones. Oh no. Yeah, great film. The Sauvage commercials. Sauvage. back, we're going to circle back there to Smokesteve wife. The most interesting part is Amber pooping on his side of the bed. Wow. Yikes. Jaded lover. Not good. I don't know. Nail polish is blood or pooping on the bed? Pooping on the bed. That's a big one. Yeah. I circled back. Somebody put a fucking meme up the other day about Jim Psaki. I just got to show you guys this one. I mean, this shit was pretty gold because you can't unsee it. And that's what the meme was. Is it a download? Yes. I mean, come on. That shit's hilarious. Yeah, very good. Very, very good. And it's there. It is there. There's a resemblance. You can't deny it, man. Sleepy Hollow, not a bad one. Not a bad one. Oh, because it was a big dookie. The dogs could never have done it. So he knew that she did it. Wow, that is fucking gross. Oh, Amber Heard. Nasty. Yeah, that is hilarious, isn't it, Amy? I mean, I wish I could put memes out here for you guys, but I'll put that one in the Discord. But that's a good meme. I can't believe I missed. You don't think of it comparing the cartoon characters, but yeah, old Joe Biden there is doing some strange things lately, man. After speeches, one time he turns to the side and he has his hand out as though he's going to shake somebody's hand, and there's nobody there, and he's like. And this other time, he turns in the wrong direction to leave. And then he goes, and he's once again signaling to a wall. There's nobody there. What the fuck? Amber Turd, not bad. She admitted it. Okay, so she denied it at first. That is so bad. Don Juan DeMarco, interesting. Oh man, yeah, Marlon Brando. He got big. He was a weightlifter too when he was young. He was ripped in Streetcar Named Desire. Well, he was pretty jacked. You could tell he would. And yeah, that's what happens if you don't keep up on it. Your body still wants to eat like a bodybuilder, but you gotta slow down if your muscles aren't consuming it. Well, I don't know that story, Biscuit. He snubbed Obama. I found my knife today. I think I lost it. If you guys want to see the knife at some point, I'll show you. It's a nice folding dagger. False edge, though, because it wouldn't make any sense to have a folding dagger with a true dagger, double edge. Because the side that would be sticking out would be sharp. Yeah, what's the line from A Streetcar Named Desire? Doesn't he yell some woman's name? Oh, Elaine does it in Seinfeld, doesn't she? Oh, what is it? Stella, that's it. There you go, buddy. You know what I couldn't get out of my head was Adrian, but I know that's Rocky. Adrian! Adrian! But Stella, that's it. Good one, man. Oh, that's funny, Biscuit. Yeah, there was another one where Biden was going off on some tangent about Pakistan and Afghanistan with some people who were at the White House to attend some kind of an Easter egg hunt. And the Easter Bunny, and I shit you not, the Easter Bunny hops on over and directs Biden away from this somewhat embarrassing off the cuff talk he was giving to these people, which I have no idea. In the cash drawer. That's funny. What did Carol say? Yeah, Stella, that's it. The Easter Bunny was like the director of festivities at the White House. Literally, it's a woman who handles all the public event type stuff. So she threw on the Easter Bunny suit. And, when she saw old Joe doing his thing, she hopped on over and kind of directed him away. There's also been times recently where he said, kind of as he was being pushed away or turned away, they won't let me talk. I mean, that doesn't sound too good. Whatever you think about Obama or Clinton or certainly Donald J. Trump or Bush, maybe Bush Jr., yeah. But those other guys would, if they're going to talk, they're going to talk. Nobody's fucking going up and grabbing their arm. But with old Joe, he just seems to kind of guide him around. In the lectern? Interesting. That is an obscure reference. I'm not sure what you're going with there, Biscuit. Obama, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't recall that one, but I wouldn't put it past any of them that didn't know any better. I mean, certainly Obama should have known better. Obviously, he was a junior senator, I believe, or a sophomore senator. He made it as far. So that would be second or third year, I believe, when he was elected. I mean, yeah, they certainly are. They're all caricatures of themselves, it seems like, Carol. They become a more bombastic, outrageous version of themselves prior to being president. I think that's how I look at it. They sort of get into this mold of the president, but some of them are better at it than others. Not just being president, but being presidential, if you will. Yep, Chicago, you got that right. Chi-town, baby. Right, okay. I got you. So Obama sent the bunny to get Biden to stop giving up secrets to the crowd that were at the Easter egg hunt. That's funny as hell, man. What was his name? Vermin Supreme. Holy shit, I do remember that now. He was a joke candidate. Damn. Good memory, dude. Thanks, Carol. Very good memory, Biscuit. Vermin Supreme. I had totally forgotten about him. Is he the guy who does it every 4 years and has some different shtick, kind of? Yeah, there's somebody who does that. How's everybody feeling? Healthy? Health is wealth, people. Hope you're all feeling well. Are you? The fuck is that? Ash. You've been better. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I hear you though, man. Let's get the ghetto roacher going. Gotta get it set up. See, when I don't want to smoke the whole joint, put it in the ghetto roach and it stands right up. It's beautiful. And it more or less will go out after a minute, or I'll snuff it out because I get impatient. Like these wires crossed. Sorry, gotta ignore the wires. I do have a little bit of OCD sometimes. Hey, Paul Greystone, how are you? Lord Buckethead. No kidding, huh? Never heard of him. But Buckethead, fabulous guitarist. I probably no relation. And a very strange man, that Buckethead, the guitar player. No, those aren't your tweezers. Did I see the big man knock your boy the fuck out? Are you talking about Tyson? Mike Tyson? Or Tyson Fury? Did Fury fight recently? One of the Fury brothers fought today, I think, but I don't know. Martin's probably 9 or 10 deep on the white wines. Tyson Fury, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen him. I haven't seen any Tyson Fury fights. But I think he's got a brother named Tom Fury. You can correct me if I'm wrong on the name, but Tyson's got a brother. And people are saying, like, this guy, Jake Paul or Logan Paul, whichever one's the popular one who's doing the fighting. Oh, cool. They want him to fight Tyson Fury's brother if he wants to prove himself. Okay, cool. So the fight was tonight. Right on. He was a Joe candidate, dressed up in a medieval knight outfit, all in black. Interesting. Yeah, the problem with those tweezers get lost, Tesla. I think that was literally probably like ended just maybe within the last hour, George. So, but I think that guy's pretty cool. That would have been fun back in the day. I think Mike Tyson would have handled him in his prime. But I haven't seen enough of Tyson Fury to speak about him. He's not I'm just not in the boxing world anymore, or MMA for that matter. All right, I'm going to play a little more guitar. Uppercut. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. fucking, how does that last part go? Fucked up the end of the solo, but whatever. You guys know the song. You all picked it out. Great tune. Very good song. There you go, Martin. Just do the end. I'll sing the easy part. Just a little patience. Yeah. Some old patience. So there you go, Martin. I'm doing that D chord with the F sharp. So the way they play that song is it starts like at the end after the quiet, and then see that, Martin? So you throw that F sharp in, right? There. It walks itself up to the G chord. So it's kind of like, here's your D. So if you're playing bass, that would kind of be the progression of the notes. And that's the bass side of the chords. Tell you that D add F sharp, which might be D9 or D11, I can't remember. It's a handy dandy little chord, man. Gives you a little bit of a transition, especially going from D to G, because the F sharp half step below G major. But I don't want to bore you guys with the music thing. And I said I don't wrap my thumb around. All of a sudden I catch myself wrapping my thumb around, so I do use the thumb on occasion. That's the Hendrix style of playing chords. You pull your thumb around the top of the neck there to give you a little more distance. All right. Joint number 2, about halfway down. Boy, we're getting into it here. Got a little mini shelf up there for the papers. Yeah, right. I know, Martin. I could do it all night, dude. I could talk about guitar forever. All right, no problem, George. Join in later if you feel better. Drink some water. Try to flush out your system a little, man. Maybe that will help. That is always a good thing to start with. But feel better, my brother. Well, I don't know why I do that. I premature headphone put on. Gotta wait till there's people here. Otherwise, what am I wearing them for? It's not cold. Let's go ahead and see if I can paste the link. If anyone wants to join in live. All right, now who are we talking about? Okay, yeah. So Boris dressed up in a turban. Different times, huh? You can't get. What did I say? Did I say Boris Yeltsin? Boris Johnson? I might have said Yeltsin. There's a dated reference. Whatever happened to that guy? Right. So he was the mayor of London before Sadiq Khan. Is that the new guy? Or is he already out and then there's another new guy? You guys will have to let me know. Yeah, Rob Ford smoking crack on camera. He looked like Chris Farley in a way, like an older Chris Farley. Sort of like Brian Dennehy and Tommy Boy. That's kind of what Rob Ford looked like. You take Yeltsin over Johnson. I don't know enough about Johnson. I know he's a pretty intelligent guy. Is that not true? He seemed like a smart cookie, but once again, outsider's point of view. So don't. If I'm wrong, explain it to me. Yeah, I get that. I knew that, Carol. Right. He replaced. And who replaced him as London mayor was the guy I just said, Khan, right? I think. Tasty. It's like there's a forest fire in here. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Yeah, I don't know anything about the new guy, but London has issues. London is calling. Check the old DMs here. See if any of the fellers are around. I'd like to hear what you guys think. Holy shit! Look at that. Different guy, but what's the end game going to be here with this conflict going on with the world? Easy way out, hard way out. What's going to happen? What's the best way? What's the way that you think it's going to happen? Give up something to Putin to placate him, pacify him. Okay, cool. There you go, Lee. That's funny, George. Kenyan, I think it was a Kenyan sweep this last time around, at least for the runners. Male and female Kenyan. But the wheelchair was an American. Those guys are fast. Boris wants to send Challenger 2 MBTs to Poland, so Poland can send T-72 tanks to the Ukraine. I'm not sure what a Challenger 2 MTB is, but I know a T-72 is a tank. So I'm going to guess that it's a better, the 2 MBT is a tank as well. That would make sense, because he doesn't want to send them anything directly. So he's like going to replace the ones that Poland sends. Kenyans, man. Okay, very simple acronym. MBT, Main Battle Tank. I like it. Okay. Thank you, brother. No way. The Abrams is better, dude. Our fucking tank's way better than yours. Yeah, I don't know anything about yours. And one of them has that chopper armor. I think that might be the British one. That some kind of a fucking collapsible crushed armor that can absorb any kind of impact. Pretty crazy shit, man. Hell, it might even be last year's technology. Hey, all right, let's go ahead and throw the headphones on.
Hello. Hey, so the Boston accent comes out finally.
Yeah, I can pull it out there once in a while. Yeah, rarely. Do you guys ever actually hear it over there, or just in movies? Like, do you ever have people?
Usually a Mark Wahlberg film.
Right, of course. Like Ted. Ted was full of it. And there's some funny references in Ted, man.
Definitely.
Local stuff that even people like only around here would get.
Sure.
The slutty chick that he was dating, did he say oxymoron, and she thought he called her a moron or something like
that?
Yeah. In that scene,
I thought you were going to mention all the Lynns that you went through. Tammy Lynn, Amy Lynn, and
right. That was a good one. And he can do that. I think he did it again on the Stern show, and it was like flawless during an interview. So definitely had that memorized. Hey, look who it is. Aphid, what's up, dude? How you doing? Good to see you, man. So what do you think is going to be the end of this conflict in the world?
I reckon Ukraine's going to kick Russian ass in maybe a year's time, and Russia will have nothing left, and Putin will get executed in his own country for failing.
You really think that's going to happen? Not just sort of a optimistic kind of scenario.
No, that's what I believe is going to happen.
Wow.
Because he's fucking it up big style in Ukraine, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's destroying a country that he wants to make part of his own. So there's certainly, speaking of an oxymoron.
He's already brought out his big dick with his stupid little intercontinental ballistic missile test.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what scares the world, and that's what will keep countries from joining in. You know.
Yeah, but America is scheduled for an ICBM test soon as well, aren't they?
I think they put off the last one because they didn't want to stoke international fears and speculation and shit. So,
according to, I think it was CNN that it's scheduled for sometime next month.
Crazy, man. Here, let me go ahead and add Mr. Last Dance.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. I've been better. I got the COVID.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew that. So how's it treating you? Your voice sounds deeper, but not.
Yeah. It's just started to move down into my lungs, and so a lot of coughing, but not too bad. A bit of a fever, sneezing a lot, tired, fatigue, but really no big deal so far.
That's what they had said about the new variant, is that it doesn't stay in the upper respiratory like you got the echo going again.
I'm sorry.
Like the original ones did. The original ones stayed up high.
I don't know if you can see. Hold on, because of my stupid hair, but I've got headphones in.
Cool. But yeah, so
no echo for me.
It moved to the lower part of your respiratory system like a normal cold would, basically. So just ride it out. I think you'll be fine, man.
Yep. I went to see a friend in Chicago, and his wife was kind of sick, I just assumed it was a cold because my sister, who I was visiting, also her husband and she were nursing colds, but after I got back, he told me that his wife had tested positive for COVID-19, and so I waited a while for my symptoms to develop, and then yesterday I tested with the lateral flow test, the at-home rapid test.
Yes.
And it just popped up right away with positive. So
Oh, you got it.
So I got it. Yep.
Yeah. So it's not supposed to attack the lungs. That's good, according to Carol. Yeah, and I might have fucked up my facts there a few minutes ago on it. It's been so long since we've talked COVID.
Yeah. Well.
1 week.
It's been days and days. So many days.
It's definitely the part of the news radio. If I happen to be listening to NPR and they go into a COVID story, I'm going right over to classic rock. It's hard to keep going with it,
Well, one of the I've started listening to one of these guys that Based recommends, John Campbell. And, he's certainly not a flashy showman. He's just he's a doctor. He was a UK physician, and he talks about the current trends. It's quite informative and pretty easy to watch. So I've been watching him.
So what is his area of expertise?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I just started watching him. He hasn't said what his area of expertise is, but he is a physician, and he is talking a lot about the data, basically. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, he's an easy watch.
I've started being distrustful of doctors, especially in the nutrition and dietetics area, because they're usually going off of 60-year-old data.
Oh.
Hey, can you put that guy's name in the chat?
Yeah.
I'll forget otherwise. And then I want to. Okay, cool. And he has his own YouTube channel, same name?
Yeah, he has his own YouTube channel. I'll see if I can find that link and put it in the private chat.
There you go. Cool. What do you think is going to be the end of this whole situation?
What?
With the Ukraine, with the conflict.
I thought you meant COVID. I was going to say I think I'll survive, but
not you. No. I think you'll be fine. And yeah, but the question I just asked Biscuit, what's the end game going to be? Easy, hard?
I think it's
short.
I think it's going to be terrible. I don't know. It's already bad, but even the end game that Biscuit is talking about would be a terrible human.
There's going to be a lot. There's got to be
a disaster of epidemic proportions. So
there's probably going to be very little of the East, at least, that's left.
I think what'll happen. I think what the most likely thing is that Putin will find a way to declare victory while failing miserably, and I don't think it'll get as bad as what Biscuit is saying. And I'm also hopeful that that's what will happen.
Do you think he's going to get a territory or two out of this?
Well, he already has. Pretty much already has Donbass and Luhansk. And,
well, they already had that, though, didn't they?
Well, they had it, but now they'll have it more definitively. It's a disaster for Russia and for Ukraine, and I don't think Putin wants to. I don't think Putin wants his own Vietnam.
Yeah, I just don't know. Is he gonna go until he gets the whole country? So, Donbass and Luhansk, are they under the governmental control of the Ukraine still?
I mean, it depends which countries recognize those regions. They're nominally independent. They declared independence in 2014.
Huh.
I think only Russia and Belarus recognizes their status as independent nations. But the facts on the ground are such that there are many or mostly Russian-speaking Ukrainians there. Basically, they're Russians, and they want to, be a part of Russia. So, effectively, it's controlled by Russia. And I guess they have better control of it now than they had after 2014. I suppose.
Mm. Yeah, the echo is coming through Last Dance's headphones into his microphone.
Yes.
So there's not much that can be done about that, and I don't notice it that much.
It's not awful.
How about that? I turned the volume down a bit.
Hello? Yeah, that worked a lot.
Okay.
Does that work for you still?
I can barely hear it, but I can hear it.
All right. Hey, look at that. Rice and peas. Is that another new person?
I think so.
Cool. What's up, buddy? And Jason V. JV. Welcome. Based Welshman in the house. Of course, MSM. Lying.
Remind me, what's the MSM?
Mainstream media. Is that what he said?
Oh,
mainstream media.
Easy to confuse it with MSN, Microsoft News, right?
No, it's Microsoft Service Network, isn't it?
I don't know.
Or streaming network.
Lee Howells, how you doing, buddy? Okay, that's interesting from Lee. I didn't hear that from Norway Prime Minister. But certainly logical. I would say negotiate now. If it's going to happen eventually, why not just get it out of the way? Does that make sense?
Oh, sooner the better.
Some kind of a negotiation to bring this thing to an end?
I've heard that Sweden and or Finland are may be interested in joining NATO. I think
that's been going quite a while now.
Yeah, I think one potential that could be a chip on the table that NATO says, well, we just won't take them. Period, and leave it at that. And I don't know.
But they're going to deny Sweden and is it Norway? Did you say?
And Finland.
Finland, that's it.
And of course, Ukraine won't be a part of NATO either.
I know that's a given, but I didn't think that they'd deny them, Sweden and Finland.
Well, Sweden is, I don't know, they're not members of NATO, but they're partner. There's all kinds of weird statuses that are.
Which one is it with the big border? Is it Sweden?
Finland has the big border.
The border with Russia.
Yeah, I'm not sure how big their respective borders are. But I think it's Finland with the big border.
I think, yeah, Finland is something like 800 miles.
The border. Yeah. I know one of them has a rather large border. Bigger than Ukraine, I believe.
Joe Kerr, we're getting a bunch of new people. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the pub.
Who's he calling a fucker?
I think I've seen Joe Kerr before.
It's possible.
Joe Kerr, he might not be serious.
Yeah, I mean,
what's so serious?
Joe Kerr, Master Ronovich, Rice and Peas, all kinds of new people. Three new people. Yeah, Marty says Finland. He confirms.
The land of Finns.
I know. It's like everybody walks around like Base Welshman is saying. Allowing Sweden would cause more trouble with Putin. I know. Putin has that.
Why are you saying for fuck's sake? Why is he saying for fuck's sake? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking questions here.
Yeah, but it is true. And this is kind of part of the problem, I think. Like, people don't want to piss off Putin because he has nuclear weapons, essentially.
So fucking what? So does the half of the rest of the global power.
I know.
Well, we don't want nuclear war. That's
the problem.
Yeah. But Putin apparently doesn't have a death wish either.
Well, you never want to get to the point where it's nukes or else. You want to stay pretty far away from that
That's right.
that fail-safe point. So
I think he's a pussy and he's not going to use him.
yeah, but that's not the kind of dice you want to throw at the table.
I know, but if you keep pussyfooting around the fucker, he's just going to play funny buggers all for the whole of.
We did that for the entire
life.
Cold War. We carefully did everything carefully because the risk of a
Well, Zelensky's doing
certainly
that.
after
I mean,
the Cuban
he's
Missile
saying
Crisis,
fuck
we
you
were very
to him,
careful.
and he's doing all right.
Yeah, I mean,
we seem to have forgotten those Cold War principles that served us, which avoided a shooting war, and I think that we have people who seem to have forgotten that, and it makes me distressed, and I just don't understand how people like Adam Kinzinger can say we need a no-fly zone over the Ukraine. That's
I've just seen a lot on the news, and it makes me rather emotional. And I
totally understand it.
Yeah,
I agree. I just don't want to go in there guns blazing, and
that's exactly why I'm not in charge of the country, because I would just go say, right, army, go in there and fucking obliterate that entire Kremlin fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, you would lose too many good men.
Yeah, and that's why I would never want to be in charge, because I would just do that exact thing.
Right, you're close enough that you got to literally think about keeping it close to the vest at this point, because what if you're next
you're
on the
not
list?
that far. If you look at Russia's
it's true
eastern side,
yeah,
you're
Alaska,
closer, I believe,
40 miles across the Bering Strait. So yeah, you're
might
right.
be you're further away from Kremlin, but not from the Russian state itself.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's all kinds of weapons up there that are ready to make the passage across.
Yeah.
Our former governor of Alaska could actually see Russia.
That was the basis of her whole foreign policy experience
from Alaska.
I can see Russia from my house.
Isn't most of the eastern side of Russia uninhabitable though? Is it quite inhospitable?
It's pretty nasty. There's still, I mean, there's some military bases. There's some
there'll be like Siberian style bases, won't there? That's like freezing cold all the time.
Yeah, there's actually groups of people that live in that environment, like natives. Crazy. Hey, look who it is.
Hey,
the mountain peoples.
What's his name? Mayfidlip?
Yeah,
I've heard that guy.
That's my name.
There he is. What's going on, man?
What's going on in here, fellas?
Is that a baseball cap?
It sure is.
St. Louis Cardinals.
Very nice.
Are you a fan?
When they're winning.
The best kind.
Did you get a free bowl of soup with that hat? No,
no, it's like the legit. What's it? Here, they're the
MLB.
We went to the World Series.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. Are you a Yankees fan, Biscuit?
Every other year when we go to the World Series.
No, it's just the only baseball cap you can get in this country. Oh, dear me.
Well, I could put on my Washington Nationals cap if you want. We're wearing baseball caps.
No.
Are you a Cubs fan?
Yeah, I'm always a Cubs fan. I grew up a Cubs fan, but when I moved to this area, I became an Orioles fan, and then the Nationals were formed, and I became a Nationals fan. So, I'm a fair weather fan, I guess.
Growing up in a Cubby fan, you probably hate the Cardinals.
It was always the White Sox I hated, to be honest.
Why is that? It's
just some weird Chicago thing where the North Siders hate the South Siders more than they hate any other team. But if they didn't have the White Sox, it would have been the Cardinals we hated for sure.
Yeah, like when the Cubs come to, I mean, there's a mutual respect for each other, but I would say it's probably the closest thing to Boston and Yankees.
Yeah,
as far as rivalry.
Yeah, it's not a I had never heard of it, but sorry, you were saying Last Dance?
No, I'm still going. I don't want to
keep
blabbing about baseball.
Yeah, I'd had never heard of that.
You never heard that the Cubs and the Cardinals fans are
never. No.
I mean, I guess you're just too wound up in the East Coast jargon going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a baseball guy anymore. Like you said, for me, it's way too early in the season. 160.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's Smokesteve. It's a lot. It's like the fan bases that are neighboring cities. Somewhere in Connecticut, I guess, fan loyalty switches from New York to Boston.
Correct. Yes.
So it's the same way in Illinois. At some point, fan loyalty switches from either Chicago, the Cubs, or the White Sox to the intruder alert. Intruder alert.
That was funny.
To the Cardinals.
He vaped on his smoke detectors. I'm guessing.
The house. We're gonna see the house burn down here in a second.
How come we still hear him even though he's muted? That was
because
weird.
I think you're hearing it from the TV, and so the delay of the TV in the other room here is what you're hearing.
Oh wow, trippy. Oh wow, you have the audio on there?
It's in another part of the basement being watched on another TV.
Okay.
So you're hearing the delay.
Tell the watcher I said hello.
All right.
I'm sure she sees me.
Yeah.
So, hi, watcher.
I think John Grammaticus asked the question, what's more boring, cricket or baseball? I think it's probably cricket, but baseball tries to be as boring as possible. So.
Cricket seems hard to understand, but I'm sure people probably think the same thing about baseball.
You wish.
No, they're both about the same. In fact, I think cricket's easier to understand than baseball. I understand both, but baseball's got more to it. I tell you what I don't understand about baseball is the numbers.
What do you mean?
The numbers that they have on the baseball cards.
Oh yeah,
like the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just they just break down every possible stat.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it because I collected.
But people in America memorize all those stats, don't they?
It's funny
for certain players.
Yeah. Well, some people. I think they made light of this in the movie City Slickers with Billy Crystal. Is that right?
The great Billy Crystal.
Yeah, there's some baseball fans in there talking about like the catcher for the '68 Mets, fucking like the backup catcher. Like, there's a whole faction of people that memorize all that shit, dude.
Right.
It's old school. The same guys who have the scoring Beckett at the games.
Lives.
You ever see them at the game when they're writing down like?
Oh yeah, I've been with people that do that.
1-4-3 double play or whatever.
It's
like you can look that shit up. You don't need to write it down.
I thought that was the sort of stuff that
it's on that board right out there.
Americans had to keep in your brain so you had something to talk about in the pub.
Yeah. And they made fun of it on The Simpsons, where they showed like baseball with no beer, and it was super boring. And they just all sitting around in the hot,
just a bit like NASCAR.
Yeah, probably. I mean, NASCAR has like
if they didn't have the naked titty ladies in the t-shirt cannons, it'd be boring, wouldn't it?
There's like 15 seconds of real action in the last 2 laps, usually, if you're lucky. Sometimes the winner wins by like 50 cars, and it's like...
Isn't there sometimes a lot of action in the first like 3 seconds when they all start going?
There can be, yeah, definitely. But then it goes for 200 laps late after or something, and then they get settled in then near the end, it's
and some people get fatigued and really tired and make accidents.
Yeah. Do they just take a leak in their in the car? I mean, they must have some system for that, right? I mean,
they can do it for astronauts. I'm sure they can do it for drivers.
I know
they might be so dehydrated they never pee.
That can't be healthy.
Nah, they've got them hats with beer cans in so they can drink beer on.
I
see. No, I think they talked about that, and sometimes it's even worse because like they had pizza that didn't sit with them earlier on in the day.
So they pull an Amber Heard. Oh.
a deuce on the passenger seat.
Gives new meaning to the term pit stop.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, crazy, man. And over the years, some of the guys have died on the track. Crazy shit.
Yeah.
In crashes. Dale Earnhardt Sr., obviously, one of probably the most famous, I would say.
That was such a sissy looking crash too.
I know, but if you break down the physics of it, he hit the wall going like 170,
Right.
like this. But the car kept traveling like left as it was crushed against the wall. It was like sliding down the track. But that impact, obviously, it snapped his neck. And they had this some kind of a Hans restraint, or I can't remember what it was called. It was like
He refused it. It's the Hans device. Yeah.
Hans device.
They have to have it now, but
He
I think
said,
after that crash they have to have it.
because he said it would kill him. He said the Hans device will strangle me to death. I'm not wearing that thing. And turns out he died because he didn't have it. Crazy tragedy, man.
Yeah.
I think that was that in Daytona, right?
It was.
It was, yeah.
And there was
Michael Waltrip was in the lead, and his son I think was second. If I don't, and Michael Waltrip I think won.
Crazy, yeah, because they didn't know he died until they found out, like maybe around when the race ended. So,
well, it was the last lap, so they still got to finish the
right.
race.
So his death didn't really settle in. Probably.
And Darrell Waltrip was doing the announcing, and he was like so stoked his little baby brother was gonna win Daytona, but yet he was also like 50% concerned about what just happened to Darrell Earnhardt. So it was kind of a weird, broadcast. Saw that live. I was not into NASCAR, but I would, try to watch the Daytona 500.
Yeah, at least catch the last hour or so.
Right.
But yeah, nuts, huh? There was another kid who died at the one in Loudon, New Hampshire. There's a NASCAR track up there, a very dangerous one.
Practice. Are you talking about the practice?
That during a practice run?
Well, there's been several, and I think the one you're talking about is, if I remember the track correctly, he spun around.
Short track.
And somebody came in and hit him on the turn.
Nuts. Yeah, IndyCar. There's been some IndyCar guys that have.
There's been in auto racing. There's been hundreds of deaths. In fact, there was a race in the 50s where 100 or more people died. The motor came off and just it was like a
crowd.
Yeah, it was like a, what do you call it? In the Vietnam War, those the gasoline. Yeah, it was like napalm.
Yeah. That was probably 80 years ago, 70 or 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
There was one camera that did pan towards the crowd, and you saw this thing cutting over the tops of their heads, which was like the chassis of the car. And it was going like 100 miles an hour as it tumbled through thousands of people. Yeah.
I mean, just the wheels alone are going at that speed. They're lethal missiles traveling, crushing everything in their path.
Nuts, dude. Nuts. Yeah.
I think I've seen every fatal racing accident because I went through and watched them all. There's a YouTube channel devoted just to that. It's like Those We've Lost or something. And they always play like slow Led Zeppelin songs or not Led Zeppelin. What's Freebird, Alabama? Skinner. No. Yeah, Skinner. What did I say? Led Zeppelin? Yeah, Skinner.
Someone else said Alabama.
I think I did.
Okay.
I'm just messing up all over the place. But it's always songs like that, like slow.
Well, they did Sweet Home Alabama. That's probably what you're going for.
Hey, she's quoting Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Colonel Kilgore.
Robert Duvall, right?
Speaking of spicy, I gave my daughter a jalfrezi for dinner tonight.
You what?
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
My daughter had a jalfrezi for tea tonight.
Is that you speaking English?
It's an Indian curry.
What's tea? Dinner?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the afternoon dinner.
Okay, early dinner, I guess.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just had a big old fat ribeye.
Oh, no kidding. On the grill?
Yep,
Sounds
with
killer.
a baked potato and some broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots with some cheese sauce poured over the top.
Damn.
I
From
know, man.
like homemade cheese sauce or like pre-made?
Homemade cheese sauce. I
Wow.
did totally cheat on the.
Wired.
I did a bag of microwave vegetables, but
That's all right.
they're not horrible.
Yeah, if they're a little crispy or crunchy or whatever, as long as they're not
Right.
totally steamed to hell.
Carol
But
Collins, the Le Mans disaster.
there you go.
But yeah, ribeye, man.
I mean, I was at the store looking at beef steaks the other day, and the price was astonishingly high. I ended up going with some pork, honestly, because
Yeah.
I mean, what are you getting ribeyes for? Like $15 a steak out there?
Yeah.
So you know, if you're getting 3 for the family,
Well, yeah, but we did 2, and we didn't even finish them all.
right?
You don't load up and I would have done 1. We used to do 1 because my son wasn't all into the ribeyes.
Sure.
And listen to Last Dance typing away. He may be dying of COVID, but he can still annoy the hell out of us with his key punching.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
No, but he would, he's like, I don't want that steak, and I'm like, hell yeah, we could just split a big one. And now he's like, I want to eat some of that next time, so we buy 2 ribeyes,
Right, of course.
chop them up. But a nice sized ribeye, I can't eat a whole ribeye by myself.
If I can. I can. Biscuit can.
Depends on the ounce. I can eat a 40 ounce to myself.
A 40?
Yeah.
All right. I was thinking like 12, but 40's cool too.
Yeah, these are like 17 ounce, 18
like
ounce.
over a pound each.
Yeah, they're over, like 1.1 pound, somewhere in that area.
Oh yeah, they're making a nice meal up there with adparagus.
I wouldn't be able to eat it with anything else like a 40 ounce. A 40 ounce steak by itself, I could do.
Does that make your pee stink? Adparagus?
It does. But I made some ribs last night and first hot dogs of the year on the grill last night, and that's what I got in place of the steak. We got steak for this week, but anyways, I took my boneless ribs, which I made last night, chopped them up earlier, mixed them with little rice, vegetables, fried them up in a pan, made a little pork fried rice. Good
Nice.
Good little warm up meal.
Hell yeah.
Does Tesla rocks mean the elderly, the asthmatics, not the asthmatics?
Asthmatics. I'm not sure. I don't know. Is that spelt right?
No,
I don't know.
Not if it's asthmatics. There's no Y in there.
Asthmatics. Asthmatic. I don't know. That is a strange word.
Do you got one of those instant pots, Smokesteve?
No, we want to get one. I saw one recently that had everything: air fryer, toaster oven,
right,
Instapot. $200.
That might be the way to go, because it would just be the most convenient.
I like mine.
Yeah,
but you got a combination, all 3 things.
What's all 3?
Instant Pot, air fryer. Well, basically, those are the 2.
It's air fryer, toaster oven, and Instapot.
No, I just have an Instant Pot.
Yeah.
How could you combine all 3?
Because they have a separate top that it's the top that seals for the Instant Pot.
Oh,
you take that off, and you put this other one.
You mean the halogen top?
Wow.
I don't know what the hell
it glows yellow, doesn't it? Like really?
So it's got some kind of a heating element in the top.
It's got the heating element and a fan.
And it also has a little door on the front that you can slide toast into. It's a toaster oven.
I don't know if that's the Instant Pot style.
Why would you put toast in one of those? What's wrong with the goddamn toaster?
Because you get all these, you get all these things on your counter, man.
I want one thing. I have a stove, a microwave mounted above, and one thing on the counter. I hate cluttered counters.
I've got a toaster, a kettle, and my NutriBullet blender.
NutriBullet? Cool.
Well, what I was going to say was if you get those Instant Pots and Last Dance, I'm not sure what you're going to use this idea for, but you pour a little bit of apple juice in the bottom of the Instant Pot, and then you put the ribs in there, and then you just cook them partially, and then you take them before they start falling off the bone when they're done, and you take them and throw them on the grill real hot on both sides. Oh my God, it's like fall apart, but then it's also got the crust of the grill on there too.
You're the man with
That
these
sounds
recipes.
pretty good.
It is
Yeah.
good.
Because
And
that takes you. Go ahead.
And aphid lip, you don't have to buy the top quality ribs, right? You can get the cheap stuff.
You
right?
can go ahead and you can look for those yellow tags because you wash them first.
You don't need to wash them.
You wash that stink off.
No, there's no need for that. That's why you have the high pressure. It kills all germs. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about anything.
Nothing like good prison grade meat. What's below, like, I guess, grade C? There's prime, choice, and then whatever. Prison,
Yep.
I guess.
Prison grade.
Lee Howell's never bought a decent toaster by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've got a 4-slice toaster that toasts the whole of the bread every time.
Yeah,
you just have to turn the bread on its side instead of having it pointing upwards.
What's the whole of the bread?
Both sides.
The whole,
Oh.
like not
the
just both
entirety.
sides, but the entirety. Instead of if you get a cheap toaster, it doesn't toast the top of the bread.
I
That's
thought all
crazy.
toasters were cheap. They're like $20.
Mine was 56 quid, I think.
I see they do have these new ones where it's got like a tablet built into the side of it, and you like
Oh no, it's not.
slide your finger, and it shows you what your toast is going to look like. But it never looks like what the toast.
Mine just has an extra long like depress, so like it gets like even big bread inside it.
Right, like you can do bagels and stuff.
Yeah, but it's like it goes deeper down into the machine so that the whole of the bread gets toasted.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about your cooking grade on the steak, like rare, medium, medium, well.
Medium rare every time.
Medium rare.
Yeah, I think
These were a little medium though. I cooked. It's hard to tell because they were so thick, you know.
Yeah, it's hard.
They got a little medium. Plus, it flared up a few times.
Do you eat rare steak or are you gay?
Definitely gay.
Yeah, that's right.
I like it with a pink slither in the middle.
No, I like
Maximally
it.
gay.
I like it mostly with a slight bit of red in the middle, then pink all around. So it's proper medium rare. Now, if I'm going to a very expensive steakhouse or if I'm buying like the really expensive steaks at Whole Foods, I don't know if you guys have Whole Foods where you dudes are. I know you don't, Biscuit. That's like the hippie market with a really expensive butcher shop.
Never heard of it.
I'll cook them rare. But generally, I want to feel like I'm cooking it somewhat warm through at least because rare is pretty rough if it's not really good quality. No Whole Foods where either of you guys is?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I got
yeah.
Whole Foods.
I got Whole Foods.
That's where Last Dance shops. He's got to get his vegan-free stuff. They don't sell that at Walmart.
I remember when it was Fresh Fields.
Wow.
It was called Fresh Fields. We had
Yes.
all the ones that were here. I can't remember what it's been so long, but they all got bought out by Whole Foods.
I wonder what Whole
It was
Foods,
definitely more. You know how you go into Whole Foods and it's like all people wearing patchouli and dreadlocks and stuff.
It used to be, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
I
one.
wonder
Yeah,
what
you're
Whole
right.
Foods
You're right.
equivalent would be here.
But
The hippie, huge amount of produce, all organic. You could judge it on the amount of fucking boutique water alone. There's probably 300 brands of water. It's ridiculous, dude.
That must be an American only thing.
Maybe.
wild otes. That's what it was called.
We have what's called as a farmers market, but that's like fresh organic produce. But there's no hippie bullshit waters in there. It's literally fresh from local.
Yeah, I love a nice farmer's market. I'm like,
Oh hell yeah!
those are.
I feel more comfortable in one of those than I do in a Whole Foods.
Yeah, I was going to one in North Conway, New Hampshire for a long time. And finally, the guy just said to me, hey, we go to the same distributor as Stop and Shop and Star Market, except for the local honeys and the breads, which are made locally. The rest of this is the same produce. And I was like, no shit. He's like, yeah, like these tomatoes, it was like June. He's like, nobody's got tomatoes like this around here yet. I'm like, he's right. Like most of the stuff, the timing is never right. You have to think about that at a farmer's market. Sometimes it's literally just being at the market that's the experience, but the produce itself might not necessarily be what you're thinking of.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, because everything's seasonal end of the day, isn't it?
Exactly.
We got local places that have fresh fruits and vegetables, you know, like farms. They were a farm at one time and they've sold out to, you know, now it's nothing but a subdivision behind their shop that's still there, but they still sell fresh produce there. The main store holds out, but all the land they've sold.
Interesting. Now, just to get back to the chat, Lee Howells was asking about steak tartare. I haven't had that, but I have had beef carpaccio, which is raw, thinly sliced beef, which I do like.
I couldn't have raw ground beef. No way.
No, the raw ground beef is not good. But have you ever had carpaccio? They slice it super thin and they like fan it out on a plate and douse it with vinegar and a little oil and some capers. Very nice with crusty bread.
They do that with like pork leg, don't they? I think, or lamb leg, and they have like the dry cure it and slice it really thin.
Yeah, I can't think of what that's called, but I've had that. Not what Smokesteve's talking about though.
Okay.
The pork
is it Parma something?
If you said it, I would know. It's almost like bacon.
Parma ham.
Huh.
Well, that's not what I'm talking
or Serrano
about.
ham.
No,
Serrano ham.
That's pork. That's good shit, though. Very good. Let me see here. What is Carol saying? Toast frozen burgers? Hey, look who it is. McGrandy.
Well, you could toast burgers if that's the last thing you're ever going to do with your toaster.
Right.
And you throw it out.
Hey, I heard Californian oranges are some of the best in the world.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but they also have oranges in South Florida. So McGran's wondering why you would have oranges from California in South Florida.
That's a very good point.
That's because they're the best ones.
And I think
Florida obviously don't make good oranges.
A lot of the ones in Florida get sold to the orange juice conglomerate.
Yeah, a lot of juicing oranges for
Florida OJ is a big thing. Now I'm going to grab a drink, take a leak, and I'll be back in about a minute.
Yes, Sonny did. Sonny D used to have a Californian style and a Florida style, didn't they?
I don't know, but when you drive into Florida, the first rest stop, you can get free orange juice.
You think so, huh? That's a rule? That's a law?
No, I was there a couple years ago, and that's how it was. So we just kept making U-turns and just coming back because we were thirsty, and we just wanted free juice.
That's not a good idea when you've got a long road trip.
When I was a kid, and my parents drove from Chicago with us to Disney World, and we drove through Georgia, and everywhere we were there was fresh peaches being sold.
Yep.
Everywhere.
Yep.
So she says,
"Let's go. Kind or the
let's go to a restaurant. We'll get some peach pie. It'll be so fresh." So she goes in the restaurant. And they have peach pie, and she says, "These are fresh peaches used in this, right?" I said, "Nope, we use canned."
Did you guys stay and eat?
No, my mom was disgusted. She left there angry.
She spit right when she walked out the front door.
They literally would have only had to leave the restaurant and walk across the street to get fresh peaches.
I like the ones with the fuzzy skin, but I think they're nectarines, aren't they?
Yeah.
No, well, peaches have fuzzy
skin.
Nectarines
are smooth.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So the peaches are the ones I like.
You got it backwards.
Hence the term peach fuzz.
I like both of them.
That's right. They're
Yeah, like-
definitely, especially when they're super
Just
ripe.
cup your balls real tight and let the two nuts come out, and that's what a peach is.
I do not.
That's my
It's a bit
dad taught me
coarse.
that.
It's a bit more coarse than a peach.
I don't think everybody on the chat's going to appreciate these analogies.
I'm sure they could. Don't
What's
they
up?
eat?
It's more
Rare
like
meat?
fondling a wire brush.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
I was explaining
Peaches.
when you're in the grocery store and you want to figure out if it's a nectarine or a peach, you just squeeze your balls real tight, and if it looks the one that looks like your balls is the peach.
This will be an Aphis Lips book, tips for living, life hacking by Aphis Lips.
Just don't forget to do it next time you're in the grocery, or the
Farmers market.
farmers market.
All right.
Just make sure you've got some hand sanitizer and wet wipes with you.
And sanitizer.
What's
Well, you
that?
That's what the
don't wanna be
nectarines are
fondling your
for.
balls.
Wash your hands on that.
Yes.
No, that's what the spring greens are for. You get the wet, moist leaves and rub them
Yeah,
in
there
your
you
hands.
go.
I don't know if I've ever had a real Georgia peach. Probably not. Do they say? I've never seen it advertised as such. So I should
Who
think
knows?
they would keep them probably south of the Mason-Dixon. Ain't none fucking Yankees get none of their Georgia peaches. That's for damn sure.
Well, they don't grow them in Boston, so you gotta
Oh,
get them from somewhere.
that's for damn sure.
Speaking of Florida, what do you guys think about the whole Disney thing? Did you guys talk about that already?
No, we
No.
didn't talk about it. You know,
I was ignorant to the fact that Disney had they're saying its own government. What the fuck? Like its own?
yeah. Basically, it was its own government.
You can still say
So
gay
it was,
there.
so Disneyland was like its own state.
Sure, it's like its own city, maybe. Its own.
So was
Yeah,
weed
okay.
legal in Disneyland?
No.
It's the only place in Florida you can say gay, though.
It doesn't
Did
matter.
they have their own federal bureau?
No. I mean, I totally oppose these stupid laws. The Don't Say Gay bill is stupid. The law that they're passing to take away Disney's special governing status is stupid.
It's just
Yeah.
to appease, a part of. It's not what's better for everyone. I mean, what is the point? Like, is that just how politics are going to be from now on? Just rub it in the other side's face, and whatever
I
you want is the
guess.
most important, and you got to fight as hard as you can for it.
Well, nobody has principles anymore, so
But the Don't Say Gay thing goes to third grade. Is that
It's-
correct?
It's not that I don't appreciate that parents don't want teachers telling their
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah.
telling their kids lurid details about sex and sexuality. It's just I don't really think you need to have a state law that mandates
Right.
these things. Ideally, you would just let this be the way it is. That parents find out shit, they complain to their
Exactly.
school board, and changes are made. I think that works great. It's nice and local. It keeps parents involved. I
Right.
kind of like it.
Same thing with the transgender bathrooms. I mean, what was wrong with, they either pick which one they go into when
Yeah.
they're trying on clothes, and we either complain to the manager or they get away with it.
Right.
We don't need to make
Yeah.
a law and have an extra bathroom in every place.
Any of these laws that try and define the boundaries of speech, they always backfire.
Now, see, I don't know if I agree with your comparison, Aphid,
Oh yeah, you
because
think they need 3 bathrooms?
no, not that. The comparison you're making is general. That would apply to everyone. This whole Don't Say Gay thing is kindergarten to third grade. It's not that it's everywhere and it's pervasive. It's up to that age. You just don't want the kids exposed to that because they don't think that, I guess, that they're going to understand it. But the whole transgender bathroom thing could be applied to adults as well as kids simultaneously. So you could be dealing with the situation where somebody says they're transgender and uses a bathroom of the other gender that they are not, and then there could be a kid in there, and I mean that could be scary for a lot of parents. You guys
Absolutely.
included, all of you.
Well,
I
You
think
see
my
some
point-
fucking guy like me who's like, yeah, I got to put on some makeup. I'm a woman. I have long hair. Don't you see? I'm going to go into the ladies' room here. And what the fuck is anybody going to do about it? And legitimately, in a lot of places, they would have to say, okay, yeah, go right ahead, ma'am, or whatever. I mean,
But I mean, what is I'm not saying that. And my point was more of a generalization of throwing up red meat to your base on both sides, just for not for the betterment of mankind, just to throw up stuff, like with having a third bathroom, not like if some dude should go into a women's bathroom where little kids are and be a perv. I'm not saying that.
yeah, I mean, DeSantis is famous for this sort of thing. He goes and does these things that are going to appeal to his side.
Right.
Because everybody thinks it's going to be President DeSantis. They've already made up the signs. So there's definitely a lot of that with him. You can't deny it. The guy, there was something he did just a couple of, the questions, the way he was speaking to the new candidate who's now in the Supreme Court, Miss Jackson, I believe, right? Jackson, whatever. His time that he was allotted with her was absolutely ridiculous.
Who?
What?
DeSantis isn't in the Senate. He's the governor.
Oh, not DeSantis.
Who are you thinking of? Could be any one of these Republicans, so I'm not going to.
I don't know.
Which state?
You're thinking of Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz.
Yeah,
Cruz.
okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. Don't get me started.
I overlap those two sometimes.
That's okay. They're morphing together in my mind.
DeSantis is the one that's going to be running the front runner.
DeSantis, yeah. Yep.
Ted Cruz, he ain't going to be a front runner for nothing. Besides pissing off his old dead man.
I mean, I don't know what the way to win the
Dead old
presidency
man.
is, and I don't really care. I just think wasting time on the culture wars.
It's ridiculous.
Is just pissing me off. It's not going to bring the country together, and I think that's what I'm looking for.
And you're so far in the minority. It's disturbing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are.
It is disturbing.
You mean the division?
Yeah, I mean that's what they just want more.
Yeah, it's sad when you go out.
This is the United States of America. It's not.
Apparently not, brother.
Disgusting. It just and it seems like it's just getting worse.
It
Just
does.
getting worse.
And it's made so by both sides, sadly. I think there are center left and center right people who can definitely get along and are cool, but you go outside of that centrist group and you definitely get the outsiders that want the division, that are sowing the seeds of it, if that makes sense, on both sides.
Well, I might be in the minority, but I'm not tempted to play along. So
good.
Could USA
Good for
break
you.
up like the Soviet Union did?
I don't see how.
That wouldn't be good either.
I never said it'd be good, but I'm asking, could it happen?
Well, I
See,
mean,
one issue is that so much of the land in the country is Republican.
Jesus Christ.
It's the cities that are Democratic. Everything else, every place else is Republican. So there's
I'm
no
pretty
real
sure it
way-
has something to do with IQ level and intelligence in the bigger
Okay.
cities.
You find that cities are the bastions of intelligence and IQ. Well, for whatever reason, it doesn't breaking up denotes a geographic split.
I mean,
And the divisions don't really
reason I
work
ask
well
is
on geographic
because
split.
Texas seems to have a lot of disagreements with the rest of America, doesn't it?
They wanted
Quite a lot
to
of the time.
Well,
secede.
Texas cities are pretty liberal.
Yeah, the cities are. Austin,
Yeah,
especially.
even Dallas.
Is
which
it?
It's compared to the countryside, very
Right.
much.
What's their? Do they got a Republican mayor? Or what they got down there?
I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me.
Who? Where?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Dallas. Yeah. Good call.
Man, that's a big area. Jesus.
Yeah. Texas.
It's spread out. Dallas.
Join in, McGrand.
My buddy lived down there. I went down there. They have a lot of nice skate parks down there.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Like every 10 miles, there's another beautiful skate park.
That's cool, man.
They've got a is it the FAA? They've got a beautiful spaceport being stifled by the FAA.
Space what?
Spaceport.
Yeah, where was that?
It's in. Oh, come on! It's in Texas.
Yeah, I remember it. I'm trying to remember the town.
What is a spaceport?
I
don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what I was wondering.
A place where space rockets go. Whee!
Sorry.
Huh.
A starbase.
Yeah, it's a launch place for space
Yeah,
ships.
Is that where that guy built the rocket that he then took off in and then died on impact? when
No,
it
no,
crashed
no,
back
no,
into
no.
the-
The flat earther.
It's the guy. It's the guy who wants to take over Twitter.
Oh yeah, Elon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Did you see? Anyone see the opening of the Giga Texas
Boca
Tesla
Chica.
plant?
It's
I
Boca
did.
Chica. It's Boca Chica is the town.
Boca Chica.
Smokesteve's wife just went off the rails, I think.
She says, "I wouldn't miss Texas."
Well, you might not miss it, but you sure wouldn't mess with it.
Right.
I think she would mess with it.
I don't know. It's a whole state. Texas. Join in, McGrandy. There's the link right up above. Come on, boy.
Am I right in thinking Las Vegas is in Texas?
You are
No.
wrong.
You're totally
wrong.
wrong.
Nevada.
Nevada, that's right.
Yeah.
It's in the same neck of the woods, isn't it? It's like down south.
I mean, kind of. It's like dry.
Yeah, my dad thought
It's a
the
rather
best-
large country, isn't it? The Americas.
It's big.
It's gigantic. I mean, like the distance from Dallas to Las Vegas it's a long drive.
Right.
Well, I've just shown how bad my geography is in the USA.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yours is pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than mine is. Whatever you call it, UK, England, Great Britain. I'm not
Great,
sure.
great
I know.
England.
I've travelled from the very southern tip to the very northern tip on my
Cool.
own on my little plaggy 90 Honda 90 Cub 90.
Nice.
How far did you go?
You went
from
from
the
s-
very southern tip, which was Lizard Point in Cornwall, to the very northern tip in Scotland.
How long does that take?
It wasn't all in one trip. It was 3 days from where I lived to
Oh,
the southern
wow.
point, and then it was 4 days to the northern point
On a motorcycle?
on a 90cc motorcycle.
Oh my god! I bet your ass hurt.
Oh no, I loved it. Every moment I was laughing my ass off, bouncing down road on
That's cool.
motorbike.
Like Dumb and Dumber.
Better than that.
Just dumbest. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Hey, did you ever been to Skilly? Is that how you say it?
Skilly.
Skilly, Scilley, I think. Isn't it an island? Down.
No, the only island I've been to is the Isle of Skye in Scotland, and I've been to the Isle of Man, and obviously I've been to Northern Ireland for my auntie's wedding.
There's some islands down there off the south coast that have are famous for birds flying through, like migrant birds and stuff. That Isles of Skilly. Yeah, I was right. There you go, Lee. Yeah,
Th-
He's
That's a-
pulling your leg.
no,
Is it not?
that's
No, I'm thinking it's the Isles of Sicily or something else, aren't they? They're in Italy.
Italy. Yeah.
Did you ride your motorcycle in that motorcycle race they have on there? The Isle. Which one is that?
Isle of Man.
I've rode a motorbike around Isle of Man, yeah, around the course, up the mountain. I went up the mount.
I'd like to
mountain
see you
circuit.
in that race. on one of those
My
bikes.
Honda 90 really
Laying
struggled
her
to get up
down.
that mountain. It took me like 7 hours just to get up top of that mountain because it was like me at 4 mile an hour. Engine was nearly about to seize up when I got to the top it with that wall.
Yeah, that race is fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
Absolutely
you
insane.
see the video.
I only witnessed one bad crash while I was there.
You got to see them live riding by you.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, is it
They,
just like it looks on video? If you blink, they're
Oh
gone.
no, it's better.
Okay. It's better. Wow, cool.
But I was stood on a corner where you could see like 2 or 3 miles down road, and this guy came round and he smashed into a mud hill because he'd fell off his bike and went straight into a mud hill. He was fine.
Yeah.
He got up and walked his bike off at track because it were in a million bits.
Wow.
Yeah, they're almost like airborne. It's literally like the Return of the Jedi on those fucking.
Balaf Bridge is where they get airborne.
It's
There's
so
like
nuts.
there's like a short bridge over a little river, like a little stream, and they'll literally get like 2 feet off at ground
It's
into
so
air
crazy.
at like 180 mile an hour.
Hey, there he is. Hello.
Guys are talking about my governor.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
your guy.
I think of him as Cypher. This is Governor.
Yeah, it seems like he is. He
Yeah,
almost seemed
I
offended
think-
you even said anything about him yesterday. He had to talk about some black man that did meth and had sex with another black man. And
Andrew
threw up on the
Gillum.
floor.
Huh.
I didn't want to tell him, but I don't even think that picture he showed. I think that was the gay prostitute that he showed the picture of. I don't think that was really the governor. I could be wrong though. I'm not gonna do my research to find out.
Not sure what you're talking about.
Oh, in the
It's on
Discord.
Discord.
Oh,
You didn't
okay.
see the blurred out naked black man threw up on the floor.
I
You
think I
missed it.
did.
Maybe go check that one out.
I might have, but I mean, what is it? What am I looking at here?
That's supposedly the guy I guess that was running against DeSantis. I guess he was justifying. I
Oh,
think is what I took it. He was justifying DeSantis's wrongdoings because they could have had that dude.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
his-
scroll. Let me scroll.
his
through
name was-
these
his name was
19
Gillum.
posts.
Yep, that's it.
he had an event in Miami Beach where
Right.
somebody overdosed and there was all kinds of drugs in the place, and I think they arrested the guy naked. Who knows?
Right.
Something like that. Yeah.
He had an event, huh?
Oh,
I like
see, here's Cypher. He's right here.
Yeah, got him up.
See,
He'll be on the
it
pub.
woke him up.
I got to tell you that's Florida politics. There's a great writer for the Miami Herald. Shit, I can't remember. He's the guy that did Striptease, the movie. That was his book, and he writes about how crazy the politics and everything is down in Florida. It's like right there on the border. I mean, we're almost a banana republic, especially now, as you can see.
No, the gay prostitute wasn't white. He was another black man.
Oh, shit.
No,
Cypher,
the
this
guy,
got you.
the guy who's passed out on the ground is the candidate, right?
I don't think
Yes.
so. Maybe he is. I don't know, but I
That's
didn't
what
think he
he's
was.
saying. That's
That's
the
what
dude.
Cypher this is saying, but I don't think that's him. I think that's
Yeah,
the
he-
gay prostitute.
I think he was the mayor of Tallahassee at one point.
I mean, he looks pretty gubernatorial down there, so I think that's
You
probably
think
him.
that's him?
His name was Gillum. Gillum.
Yeah, I'm on
Still
it
is.
right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think we got
but
that part.
he's
I'll tell you
missed now.
this much: that guy who's passed out on the ground, it looks exactly like Andrew Gillum.
Well,
okay?
maybe it is.
Oh, he's him.
Like I said, I didn't look at all the. Oh, he's owning it.
Oh,
I don't
I-
care.
I
one
know-
way or another, Cypher.
Own it, own it.
Oh, you can own
we
it.
want to own him.
The writer for the Miami Herald, his name is Hyacinth. His brother was
Oh,
murdered.
Carl Hyacin.
Yeah, Carl Hyacinth,
Oh,
and
I
he
love
writes great
his
books.
novels.
Yes. So his brother was murdered in in Washington working for one of those papers, if you remember.
I didn't know
A couple years ago, there was a terrorist attack.
Oh my
at
God,
one
I
of the
didn't know that.
newspapers. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. I know him because his father was a lawyer down in Fort Lauderdale, and he did the closing of my parents' house before I was born.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
Florida's a weird place. You know, it's like everybody knows at least back then we did, you know.
Yeah, he's written some really fantastic Florida-based novels.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
One of them is it's about Andrew. It is absolutely amazing because it has a lunatic governor who's protected by some state trooper running around and
Yeah, the governor's
trying to
hanging
catch
around in the Everglades,
swamp.
you know,
Yeah,
swamp.
he's trying to catch. Yeah, he's trying to catch wind in Hurricane Andrew.
Right.
Great book.
Here's a question for you all. Who's
Stormy Weather. That's the name of the book. Stormy Weather.
Where's the laundrette in Ukraine? Because everybody on the news is always in clean clothing. I've not seen a dirty clothed Ukrainian yet.
Oh, I have.
Have you really?
Hell yeah, man. There's people who've been like stuck hiding in shelters and haven't showered for months, man.
The clothes still seem pretty clean.
I don't know. What do I know?
They're resourceful.
I've been looking and I can't see any stains or anything. No, I'm just joking. But I still haven't seen a single dirty clothed Ukrainian. Even there was someone who was homeless at the start, but even his clothes, he had like a cardigan on and a coat, and it was still pristine. There were no rips or tears or
I don't even know what that
dirt
means
anywhere.
He's a conch. He's a big shell that you put to your ear to listen to the ocean.
That's what I thought. That's what I took.
I said a cardigan and a coat.
No.
This is John Grammaticus.
Oh, right, okay. It's a conch. A conch.
I think we all have to remember that Ukrainians are not idiots. They're actually Russians, or they were for a long, long time. So they're going to know how to work.
Generalize any entire population and say they're all idiots.
I'm just saying they're not stupid and they're going to make it work. You know, obviously, because they're kicking ass on the Russians, at least as far as expectations.
I don't know.
I think what I'm getting at is the news are only pointing the camera at the most upstanding citizens. They're not showing the rough and tumble.
No, there's nothing on the front lines. That's what I'm noticing with this war.
Yeah,
nobody's out there.
You know,
and they're probably smart by keeping the press out. You know,
nobody's mentioned the big prize, the sinking of the Moskva.
Wow,
yeah,
the Ukrainians sank the Russian flagship, and the Russians
Moskva being Moscow in Russian.
And that's hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion, right there down.
Not to mention it's named after their capital city.
Right, and the Black Sea Fleet just turned tail and left the area. Of course, the Russians say it was sunk there was an accident.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Bullshit.
It didn't have nothing to do with.
It was what was it? The Neptune missiles.
I don't know. Who knows?
Yes,
you never know.
It was.
Ship's gone.
That's what
we
they're
do know
claiming
that.
anyway.
Yeah.
So the ship sank from a few missiles fired from where?
Actually, they claim there was only one hit. There were two fired, but only one hit, and it landed right over the magazine. So
you mean
over all the munitions exploded?
All their ordnance, all their.
It was what's known in gaming as a critical hit.
Huh.
Yeah. Perfect spot.
Yeah.
So is this a land-fired weapon? Do we know that much?
Yes. Yes.
Was it not? Was it fired from Odessa?
I think probably close to Odessa.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where.
They say that they utilized those drones to draw their attention away, and then they use those same drones to coordinate the position and fired the missiles. They seem to be pretty good at that, using a third source for coordinating fire.
Yeah, well,
that way you don't reveal your fire position. So they fired it, and they move it. They can move those things right away. As soon as they fire it, they move it. so there's
It's
no
a-
counterattack.
It's a big issue in that for any navy that the ships are just gigantic sitting ducks.
Yep,
And
it's a big problem. The Chinese
I mean,
are building a thousand mile umbrella off their coast.
The way that Russians are using the tanks are quite ineffective too, when they've got no infantry out in front.
Well, if you
You're
have
absolutely right.
If you have the right weapons, tanks are sitting ducks too.
Yeah.
Yep. No, but you've got to use infantry. In fact, that was the most impressive thing with me. I noticed when they went into Syria, that's exactly what they did, because they were using the contractors. So you have to have infantry mingling in with the armor. These guys, they're sitting ducks out there, especially on this terrain.
People out there firing on people that are trying to use rocket ordnance and RPGs.
Think about it. You could have a guy in a spider hole sitting out there with one of those, J-dams, and be sitting there. He could take out a helicopter, or he could take out a tank.
Yeah.
Javelin.
I think they're called stingers and javelins, aren't they?
Yeah.
What
I'm not sure.
What was I just going to say?
Javelin.
What is the thing called that's on the U.S. ships? Is it the phalanx? It's a
that's an anti-missile weapon.
It's a Gatling gun.
Close-in weapon system.
Bunch of them mounted around the
perimeter
of the ship.
It's a Gatling gun.
They automatically target missiles, don't they, and they shoot them down.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like literally at the last second. The debris of the missile might even land on the ship, but the explosion happens out maybe a half a mile from the ship, probably at best.
Tom Clancy had that in his novels way back.
Yeah.
It's cool. The last line of defense.
Right, close-in weapon system. Yeah, that's what they didn't use on the USS Stark when the Iraqis fired a Exocet missile at it.
That was in the original Gulf War?
Yeah, the original, or maybe, I think that was before that. It was when Iraq and Iran were at war.
I think you're supposed to also have smaller gunships as well, aren't you, on side to protect the larger
Stark was a destroyer. It was running on its own out there. But I'm trying to think if it was Iranian. I think it was Iraqi. It was an Iraqi missile.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was an Iraqi missile.
Yeah.
Hi, Carol.
Yep.
They said they thought they were firing at an Iranian ship.
Yeah, that was during the Iran-Iraq war.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I thought that what happened to that Russian ship was somebody yelled out D4, and this red peg came from the sky and just slammed down.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I think that is what happened.
That makes sense.
I mean, in naval warfare, don't they need smaller ships that are more maneuverable, like they would with a bomber in the air, and fighters to protect the bomber?
Well, they used to call those destroyers, didn't they?
Here? Yeah. That was actually the thinking before the Falklands War, because when the Exocet hit brand new ships, because of their light construction, the heat burned right through the bulkheads, and you have thicker bulkheads and these heavier, larger ships. So we were going to light carriers before the Falklands, and then after that we realized you can't containerize a fire. So that was a big part of going to larger ships.
Interesting.
Oh, we got a Russian troll in the in the chat saying that if Russia wanted Ukraine realistically, they could have taken it by now. They would do anything. They would do anything to take it. They've been.
I don't think he's a Russian troll. Is he?
I don't know. That's a pretty silly.
Well, he's got RU at the end of his name.
And then up here he says Russia hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. You just
lost
by the Russian media, my friend.
They had lost at least 10,000 soldiers, so I think that counts as a start.
Russia is.
You have to understand, Russia is deep and vast. They have people you cannot imagine. They can suffer casualties no one ever could imagine if they really want it.
But Putin isn't saying this is World War II. He's saying this is this will be easy.
I seriously doubt that Russia can do anything to the more western regions, because
You need to
of
stop watching
supply
RT,
lines.
Master
No,
Romanovich.
I don't watch RT.
No, I was talking
Oh,
to the
you
guy,
mean
the troll in the
I
chat.
mean, they don't have the capability to move ordnance across that terrain as
No,
effectively as they'd like.
They
No,
do
they
not.
don't. Especially if it gets muddy.
No,
That's what
they-
we're hoping for. The rain comes in the spring. Everything turns to mud.
But
Yeah, there was-
seriously,
But
it's not worth
here's the
cheering
thing
war
about
on
Russia.
because it's going to be a disaster.
It is
It's
going to
not-
be a disaster. Here's the thing about Russia. They can absorb so much pain. And they are so vast that and they're indoctrinated.
What's that?
So it's
It looks like chop.
That's orzo with vegetables.
Ah, that's your dinner.
That looks like what I feed my parrot every day.
Oh,
Is that what you
snap.
made with your ribs?
No, that's what the lady and kid just
Oh.
made upstairs. Some kind of orzo pesto vegetables.
I've got a blender
Chicken.
just for my parrot, and I put green, like 3 or 4 different types of greens, broccoli and sweet peppers,
For
rice,
the bird?
oats. Yeah, every day. I
Dang.
make a batch.
how nice.
I make a batch for 5 days, put it in the fridge, and it lasts 5 days.
Your bird eats well.
Little fucker.
Yeah.
That's the same diet that Last Dance has.
I have a slightly bigger vocabulary.
Right.
Not much bigger, but slightly bigger.
Veggies, seeds, nuts. It's good
It
shit.
doesn't get any seeds because it's too fatty. He gets almonds as a treat
That might be my problem.
when he's doing training, and that's it.
So you're one of those people that pronounces the L as an H. Almond.
Almond, yeah.
Almond.
Everyone does that?
No.
Almond. I say almond.
I say
Almond.
it like McGran.
Almond. You pronounce the L.
I speak
McGran's my brother.
English. It's almond.
Almond? What? Now that
The
was
L-
like extreme.
The L is silent. It's almond.
Almond.
It's like the
Like the Almond Brothers.
aluminum.
Aluminum.
Yeah.
Aluminium.
There you go. Huh.
It's aluminium.
Yeah, thank you. That's a tough one for me.
Nuclear. All right.
Yeah.
This war.
This war.
Anyone seen the Chechens during this war?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Here's
They're
a
in,
question for you.
They say they were in Buka and they
If
did
we
the cleanup
if we call it a
and they're
badge,
in Mario Supel. Mario.
you know those things that you
Mariupol.
that you know those
thank you.
like circular disc with the pin in it, and you call it a button.
Yeah.
What do you call like a switch that you press?
But
Call that a button.
You call that a button as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're both buttons. Why is that funny?
We call
Oh,
we call
the
that circular thing that you wear with a pin in it called a badge.
a
A
badge?
badge?
A badge, yeah.
That's
A
what do you
badge.
call you win a prize and they get you something and you sew it on your jacket. What do you call that?
That's also a badge because obviously it's the same, but you're using
What?
a
You
different
use
mechanism. For
The same
to
word
apply
for
it.
two different purposes?
We have an
Right.
It's the
overlap.
same thing. It's the same thing.
It doesn't.
You
It's
I
just
not a
understand the
attach it
logic
differently.
now.
Right.
It-
You just proved the logic makes sense on our side because you did the same thing with badge.
No,
That's right.
it's totally different. How is a badge that you wear a button? A button you don't press that on your chest, do you?
Can I propose that the Americans have actually expanded on the English language?
You could propose that. The better question is,
All right.
is have they improved on it? And I think that would be.
Well,
Hell
let me
for
give you an
no.
example. For example, in the South, because the English language fails to have a plural you, everybody in the South says you all. Everybody in the Northeast says yous guys, and everybody in
Everybody.
the Midwest says yous.
Nobody in the
So you
Midwest
see-
says that.
I've never said
Oh,
used.
come on.
I've never
A great
said
comedian once said that you Americans have to add extra words to things so that you can understand it, whereas we just say say it simplistically because we actually understand
Well,
the language.
No doubt about that. But that's us seeking perfection.
You know what the plural of you is? It's you.
I
Yeah,
know. That's what I'm
It-
saying. We try and expand on the language.
I thought you Americans pluralized it to y'all.
That's Southern.
Well, that's in the South. That's in the South.
No, only jokingly. Most of the time, I would drop the you part and say, "What would everybody like to do for lunch?" Not "What would y'all or you guys or yous guys?" You know,
Yeah.
like
Well,
you know,
the legitimate one would be you guys,
No, but
because
you know
at
what?
least it's 2 word. But in the vernacular in the Northeast, it's
I
yous.
think here in the UK we'd just say, "What would you all like to do?"
Yeah, there you go. Even better.
Well, now in the South, they would say, "What would all y'all like to do?"
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah. A little
All y'all.
redundant there, right?
A little bit.
Yeah. Here we go. Rene Jean Mishmami.
How to mess up someone's name there, Steve?
Mishmami. Mishma.
Sounds like you try to pronounce a Chinese name.
I might be. I don't know. I'm a little stuffed up. Sorry.
He's a
Steve's the
milk-
host. The way he says it is the way it is.
That's
Is
right.
it not milk? Is it not Milkman?
Yeah, milkman.
Milshman.
Milshman.
I don't know
Or
if it's
Milshman.
French.
It doesn't sound like a
that
French name.
It sounds Jewish to me.
Renee
Doesn't
does.
sound Jewish to me, but
Whoa.
that does,
Well,
I don't take it personally. It could be.
I would imagine Last Dance is the last word on that one.
Ask
which is
him-
Jewish,
ask-
right?
Ask Renee what percentage he tips, and then we can find out if he's
Right.
Jewish or not.
I thought
Yeah.
Renee was a woman's name.
With
It could
two
be a
E's.
man's name too.
Okay.
So what? 2 E's would be a woman. 1 is a dude.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Wasn't Renee the first name of Descartes?
Well, Renee Zellweger is what I'm
Deckard.
thinking. And is that 2 E's on Renee Zellweger?
Yeah, I think so.
Renee Zellweger. Don't even really know
Damn
who that
fine.
is.
Renee's
Bridget Jones?
I know.
Yeah, Bridget Jones' Diary.
She's
I
not fine.
predict that eventually we will
She's not-
solve all these.
Color of
She's-
money.
She's got a funny looking face. I don't
I mean,
find
she's
her.
not fine.
I'm not looking at her face when I say fine.
I don't find her attractive at all.
You're dragging the pub down again, Biscuit.
Did you ever see the
Sorry.
movie Lost in
I'm
Translation?
going, and I'll be back in a second.
I
Lost
feel like I
in
have.
Trust
What is
Spring.
it about? Because I feel like I've seen it.
Tell us
Lost in,
about it.
Lost in Translation is Bill Murray. He's in
And the
Japan.
chick, the chick with big lips.
Oh yeah,
That
Yeah,
don't
he's a
stop there.
businessman.
It don't stop there with big stuff.
Scarlett
he's trying to do a
Johansson.
business deal, right?
Yes, for
Yeah.
a whiskey ad or something. So the beginning of that movie is probably the best 5 minutes of the movie. So I would just watch that and then shut it off because
It's
the
a
rest
good. It's a good movie.
it's okay. It shows cultural differences and miscommunication, obviously lost in translation, but I thought it was a little bit boring, but
Yeah.
good
You know what it really shows? It shows the go-getter attitude. The guy adapted, moved forward, tried to make it work because he was so desperate.
right.
But it was really an example of a guy trying to reach out and make it happen. I think in a lot of ways.
Speaking of Bill Murray, did you guys hear he's getting canceled possibly?
What for being
Oh,
it was for
offensive.
being a jerk though, not sexual harassment.
Oh, it
right?
was it for being a jerk?
I thought it was for being a jerk.
I don't know.
Well, isn't that what he is? I mean, what,
That's kind of his
Yeah,
personality.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they had to shut the whole set down.
Complaints because of
oh
complaints.
my God.
Oh.
There were probably anonymous complaints.
Maybe I just saw harassment and I thought sexual harassment.
No, somebody asked for something to be changed and he berated the fuck out of them because they wanted the script changed for some reason and he went fucking ballistic about the whole thing. And apparently it caused something that was I don't know. Are you looking it up, Biscuit? Aphid?
I know we're
New?
we're spitting image of each other, but
Welcome
yes, I
to
am.
2022.
Yeah, look it up. Tell me, like, I don't want to spout out if I'm completely wrong.
Inappropriate behavior. So that's the way they're
Ooh.
That covers a lot.
Oh my God. He
Oh,
blew his
allegedly-
nose at the dinner table.
Allegedly handsy with woman on a season.
Ooh.
Sorry,
Oh, handsy? I mean, you would have thought he would have got that all out in the Caddyshack
I was
days.
just
That
going to
was
say
probably
that. You think
fucking
he would have?
hands everywhere going on in that movie. You know, had to be normal back then. You know, right? But
behavior complaints, inappropriate behavior.
That was filmed right down here in western part of Fort Lauderdale. Caddyshack.
at a country club, obviously. Bush.
Yeah.
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 Hey guys, I'm going to take off early. I'm kind of running out of steam here. I'm sorry.
Oh man,
No worries, last
sorry.
dance.
jeez.
I'm
Get
fighting
well
the Rona,
soon, buddy.
man. Give me some
Get well soon, buddy.
sympathy. All right, take care,
All right.
guys.
Nice to talk to you
Thanks,
there.
thanks for having me, Steve.
Later, buddy. It's all right. He's going to do what he's going to do.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I like
That
to
guy-
last dance.
That guy just did a Mike Grandy there, didn't he?
He did.
What is that?
Oh,
You almost doxed yourself there, McGrandy. So
I just did.
Have you guys heard the joke about the bartender and the magical apple?
No,
Go.
Well,
I'm ready.
a man walks into a bar and the barman hands the guy an apple and says, "Give this a taste." And he takes a taste of the apple and it tastes like an orange. And he says, "Turn it around." So he turns it around and takes a bite and goes, "Oh, it's a banana." And he goes, "Can you do anything else with these apples? Can you make them taste like anything else?" I said, "Sure." He goes, "Can you make it taste like pussy?" So he goes, "Yeah, come back tomorrow and I'll have one that tastes like pussy for you." So he comes back the next day and takes a bite of the apple and he goes, "Oh wow, that tastes amazing." And he says, "Turn it around." So he turns it around and goes, "Oh, that tastes like shit."
I get it. Get it, everyone?
Yeah, I get it.
He turned it around.
Either I heard that joke before, or I could see it coming a mile away.
You know, I find that a little offensive. I'm a little bit of a prude, I think. And I was actually quite surprised by that.
You were a
What
little
made me think of
uncomfortable,
it is the conversation earlier talking about Americans' word fanny and the UK word fanny. You get
And
the Americans say a fanny is the rear end,
right.
Yeah.
but the English word for fanny is a vagina.
Is that right?
That's like fag. Same thing, right?
Excuse me.
Well,
I
cigarette.
mean, like,
Right,
yeah, a
right,
cigarette
yes,
and a gay
cigarette.
person.
Yes.
Yes, a cigarette, indeed. That's
Or
what
the
I
end
thought.
end of a pencil. What do you call that? Where you get
Oh.
the pencil.
You mean
let
the
off?
rubber?
Oh, the eraser.
It's made of rubber. It's a rubber,
Yeah. I mean, I've heard
but it
rubber.
erases. So sure.
Both work.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Well, that's interesting. These differences.
Very much so.
What's the letter that comes after XY?
I'm not falling
Z.
for it.
That's your favorite one.
Zed.
Z.
You guys call it Zed, right?
Actually, I say Z because
Do
I'm
you really?
lazy. Yeah, but
Ah.
I was brought up on American movies
see?
and television, so
The American lexicon has infiltrated the world. The English-speaking world is polluted with
the thing
American.
is, the majority of movies and television comes from
Yeah.
Hollywood and America, so it does work its way into the to my age group.
Now, what I've always wondered is when you were learning the alphabet when you were a kid, did you rhyme it? You know, with the song A B
Let me
C
think.
D E F G.
I still
And when
do
you-
that, eh?
Wow. When you end it, do you end it with
No,
Z?
it was Z. No,
It was Z. Okay.
In my school, it was Z. It was X, Y, Z.
Huh.
Yeah.
Why do they say
You-
Z?
I think Z is phonically correct in the UK, but I think everyone
It's
in
not,
Yorkshire, at
though.
least, is lazy.
Z is a word.
No, but if you think about it, the Z, saying Z could be confused with C, and that's distinctive. It's like Latin Spanish speaking people, when they say the word after or before T, the letter S,
Sure.
they say S with the E sound before it, like stay is safe. It, they any word, think of a word with S.
Snake?
They put an E in front of it.
Like a snake.
A Smokey
snake.
Stevie?
It's a smoke. Steve.
Espanol.
Make sure you don't
Yeah,
don't grind up any seeds there, Smokesteve.
A Smokey
Yeah.
Stevie? Yeah.
right. So it's all because of when you hear it in English, we don't even think about it. Being Americans, you're learning English. You hear S. It sounds like ES, like S grande, S estúpido. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So they
That's
mix
a
it
good
up.
example. Estupido. That's a good one because that's exactly how they.
Because I had to train many people with supper instead of a supper.
Right.
No kidding, huh? What you're like a you're a cunning linguist. You're training
I'm
people.
I'm a snake.
Yeah, a snake. I'm an involuntary linguist.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, I took phonics in college. It was probably I took 2 phonics classes in college. It was probably one of the most productive because you learn the phonetical spelling. You hear the sound and you know the letter, and it really helps. Especially back then because we were going to war with Iran, and everybody in the newsroom was saying Iran, but their true spelling or sound is Iran with EERAN. That's like a phonetic spelling for Iran.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Yeah. Like everyone used to say Iranian. I think they're Iranians. In fact, that's in a Cheech and Chong.
They must be Iratians.
No, they are Iranians.
Iranians.
It's true. Iran. You ever hear them? Iran. Iran will kill America.
I wonder how fast Iran runs.
And then you have Iraq.
Uh,
Well, I love a good Iraq of ribs.
yeah, I mean, sort of. Yeah,
Let them on.
yeah, I might like it if you would just you can even hide your face and just show me that you're I don't know, dude. Yeah, come on, do something. Yeah. Join on in, buddy. I won't put you on if you're whatever. Come on along.
You have to turn around and when you talk, use your butt cheeks to express each syllable. No.
Looks like we have the Welshman down below here. I just noticed. Is it late enough?
I actually like
There's
that
late
guy.
Topple.
Hey, look
Hopefully-
who's here. Topple.
Hopefully Topple comes on. I had
Topple.
something I needed to run by Topple.
Oh, we got a top.
Shit.
We need Topple's opinion on something.
I do.
Oh shit, huh? You got an HVAC question?
No,
Because that's all he knows.
that's pretty much.
Kidding, Top. Join in. He's a very intelligent guy, Topsky. You know him well, huh, McGrand?
I'm good.
Oh, good. Glad to hear that.
I'm fully recovered, man.
Sounds like
It
it.
was a miracle. I woke up one day and my voice was back. I was strong, kicking ass now, feeling good.
Not sick. Warm.
No,
weather.
not sick. Sometimes that's good enough, right?
Yeah, exactly. Topple's eating. Late meal, Top.
Look how old Topple looks in that picture.
I know. Classic. Just rolling up another 3 joints, a 3-pack. It's kind of how I do it. It's easier to roll 3 at a time than just one, right? I mean,
Because
You
if
must roll
smoke-
those stogies, huh?
no,
Stogies?
no, just joints.
Yeah, but they're stogies. Let me see. Put it up again.
They're average size, 3/4 of a gram each.
So
Like about
you
a cigarette.
you know what's
a
happened with me?
fag.
Nah. Oh my God. My consumption
what papers,
has dropped
brand
so
of
much.
papers do you have over there in America?
Zigzag.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I have
we've got
those.
zigzags here.
Look,
But
empty.
our predominant. Do you have
Empty.
what's the brand Rizla over there?
Empty.
I got that, Steve. Hey, Steve, you know what? I use Tops too in emergencies.
I remember Tops.
There's still that's some of the grocery stores have liberalized now, and they sell cigarette papers. So
Cool.
sometimes
Yeah.
you can get the some of those that you got there, and the others are sometimes you have to buy the Tops.
Anything works. And yes, we do have Rizlas here, Biscuit. They're very popular.
They're the predominant brand here.
Very
Zigzag
thin.
is Zigzag is like the second brand.
So Rizlas you consider to be better?
No, not better, but Zigzags are actually better for joining up, like what Base Welshman does, because the gum is better for transferring to the other paper.
I believe that.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
A little bit of a question about consumption. You know, down here, there's a lot of idiots that actually mix the weed with tobacco.
They
Yeah,
do that in
that's-
England.
But
Foolish.
down here, and some of them aren't even Rastafarians, and it's like really disgusting.
Rastas don't do that. Real Rastas never do that.
Well, you know the one with the cone,
Yeah. Yes,
the
of
spleef, the
course.
big time spleef.
Sure.
That's got tobacco in it now.
Not a Rastafarian like of the religion doesn't do that.
Anyway,
Maybe
it's a common trend
All
down here. It's
all
sort
the
of
joints
disgusting.
I've ever had in my life have had tobacco in,
That's
Oh, really?
with the tiniest crumble of green.
Dirt.
Wow.
That's
Awful.
that's a European thing.
Yeah, totally. All the guys that I know on Skype that roll their own dubs, they always do
Yeah.
like half tobacco.
No
Yeah.
kidding.
It's either because it's that fucking expensive you can't afford to just put pure green in, or the
Maybe,
shit
I don't
here
know.
is that's or the shit here is that strong it fucks you up if you try and smoke.
I don't know about
just
that.
green.
You know what the sad byproduct is they become addicted to nicotine, which is like insane.
Yeah. And then they're smoking regular butts.
Base is probably the best person to talk to. I'm not
Yeah, I
sure
know
what-
some
how
guys
he-
that I golf with. A couple of them bring those, and I'm like, no, I don't want it. There's fucking tobacco
know.
in here. It's fucking gross. If I'm
It's
getting-
it's almost like smoking a roach joint with papers in it.
yeah.
Thing is, here in the UK, we have them like extra long, like 2 Rizlas long. So to have that much weed in it would be, and we have them quite thin as well.
I lads. I mean, in the UK, we don't really make blunts. I mean, people do obviously, but I'm not a Rasta, so I don't make blunts like that. I'll chuck a shed load in it, but it will be a mixed bag. That's how I've always done it. So it's difficult
Wow.
to change.
Do you smoke
Ah.
butts, dude?
Huh?
Do you smoke butts? Straight up?
Blunts, yeah, just pure.
No, butts, cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Fags.
No,
Fags.
I don't smoke straights unless I have to.
But you do once in a while if you have
Well,
Here's
if
a
you want
question.
something.
if I'm somewhere that
Yeah.
Here's a question, Welshman. Do you use like pre-rolled cigarette tobacco that you squeeze out like I used to?
Yeah,
or do you
yeah.
buy-
That's exactly what
yeah.
they do.
Yeah.
that's exactly what I do, and that's the thing. I've
Yeah.
always done it, so it's something I'm used
Because
to.
I think the pouch backy is too wet, isn't it?
Yeah, I would imagine.
It can be. I mean, thing is, some people only use pouch tobacco when they smoke weed. I mean, swear by it, and they can't.
My friends have only ever used pre-rolls and just like twizzle it out of the pre-rolled.
Look who it is.
Well, my opinion is tobacco and pot is mixing is a sacrilege.
Yeah, I understand. I do get where you're coming from, but it's just something I've been used to. And if I went the other route, it'd be like so much money.
The sad thing is I actually see people smoking that in a bong. In other words, using a bong, mixing tobacco and pot.
No, you don't mix tobacco and pot,
which is insanity.
Only in
don't do that.
in a joint, yeah. In a joint, yes, but not in a bong.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with
insanity
for us. Yeah, it's crazy to bring a bong. What sort of fucking behavior is that?
Right.
I know, right?
Just think about the clean out, the residue.
The reason you do it in a joint is to pack out the whole joint. In a bong, there's no need.
Yeah. When I'm golfing with these dudes and they smoke my shit, they're always like afterwards. They're in the golf cart and they're waving it off. They're like, "No more, dude." They can't even fucking swing afterwards because they need that nicotine to counteract the THC in the joint they smoke. That's what keeps them going.
I'll agree with you to a point there, Steve. But they're mostly just a bit straighties, and they're a bit normies, and they mostly, they only smoke on the weekends, once a month or something. Yeah.
Do you think the tobacco affects the height? Because I never liked it when I was smoking it. It always made me feel like really drowsy and like almost like I was hallucinating most of the time.
No.
Interesting.
No. Yeah.
But it might have just been the strain of weed I was smoking because it was super strong and skunky as fuck.
Could have been. Very nice stuff.
Hello, panel.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Matt.
Hello, you got the Russian troll.
You sound British, dude.
Oh yeah. Educated British. English. I should say, not British, I'm English.
Cool, man. Welcome to the pub.
Thank you very much for having me on.
No problem.
Hello there.
Always
welcome.
Hello, Basie.
How you doing, Ron?
Yeah, we're fine here. How about you, mate?
Yeah. Just So what's your opinion on Russia Ukraine then? No, you brought it
up. My opinion is we should keep the fuck out of it. We've caused enough problems.
That's a reasonable opinion.
Well away from it.
I think most people agree with keep out of it, stay out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you look at it realistically, it's the West that have really pushed this problem. If we hadn't have tried to, the EU, one, trying to get a foothold within it, NATO, two, wanting to get a foothold in it, this problem wouldn't have arose the way it has now, to be honest.
So,
that's the facts behind it.
That's the point I was trying to make with Biscuit earlier on. And you said about Sweden, is it Norway wanted to join the EU and NATO? I've got a map on my phone.
I don't think they want to join the EU. They only want to join NATO for protection.
Well, yeah. Well, one of the same at the moment, right? Because NATO is just getting closer and closer to Russia, and that'll be another two countries. That will be another couple of bricks in the wall. And if I've got a photo of the EU in '98, and I've got it from now, and it's like so much closer to Russia, and it's like circles. Mm-hmm. It is circles geographically.
Yeah. Totally cut off.
It would just poke the bear even more.
Yeah, and the other thing people need to realise is that when you're talking about the Ukraine itself, Moscow is within striking distance of conventional weaponry. You know what I mean? And that's how you have to look at the situation if the EU and then NATO get their boots in there, you will end up with World War III. No doubt about it. Because
I agree.
when you corner a rat, what does it do? It has no option but to attack. And it will be exactly the same with Russia. You stranglehold them completely, because that is basically what the West is trying to do. Strangle them. They will bite back. The only thing is that they can bite harder than the rest of us, that's for certain.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think we're getting.
Oh,
a bit,
yeah.
Well, actually,
Definitely.
that's quite.
I know
That's
I know
that's
they've got.
quite an
I
interesting
know.
analogy, because
I know they've got nuclear
prior to World
warheads
War
and
II,
whatnot,
the
but
United States cut off all oil supplies to Japan, and they did it. It happened like 6-7 months before they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Exactly.
if they
Completely cut them off.
if I don't think
It's
in
an interesting theory, although I don't think it'll work with Putin, because he's a dangerous liar, and the Russians have lied all along.
without
They-
using
well, I've got to say,
nuclear ordinance, with just ordinary warfare,
I
Russia's
would
got no
say that
chance.
Biden is a liar. Boris is a liar. Every single
obviously.
leader is a liar.
Draghi, for one.
It's just
The
to make you jump.
the first casualty of war is the truth.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, it seems like here, I don't know. It seems to me
I'm
that
not for.
this war
I'm
wouldn't
not
be happening.
for.
This war wouldn't be happening without Vladimir
You know,
Putin.
don't
Right?
get me wrong. I'm not for Putin. I just look at it in a realistic way. Is that I don't know if you
let's
know,
be
but
100% frank here. Do you really think Putin's there purely because of NATO?
could you say that again? My volume was down.
Sorry, do you really think Putin is in Ukraine purely because of he's afraid of NATO?
Well, one is because of what's been going on since 2014, with 15,000 of Ukrainian population being murdered by the Ukrainian government, simply because they want to speak Russian.
You mean the Ukrainian population prior to Zelensky? You mean
The army, the army.
Oh, you mean the Azov army? The Azov
No,
battalion.
we use the Azov in those areas under the control of the Ukrainian government.
Yes.
When Zelensky was in power.
Yes. When he was put
Do you
into
think Zelensky?
power.
Yeah. Do you think
When he
Zelensky
first
had
came
anything
to
to
power.
actually? Do you think Zelensky had anything to do with that personally, or is that just
Thank you,
Azov?
Steve.
Well,
battalion
he's the
going
prime minister.
Yeah, but
No,
does
there
he
is
does he
also
have full autonomy over the Azov battalion?
no.
Well,
he doesn't.
when asked the question, he admitted 15 to 20% of the Ukrainian army is either far right or a neo-Nazi.
Well,
It's his
I
words.
think that no matter what anybody says about the Azovs, it seems that they're quite effective on the battlefield.
Oh,
Well, they're not now. They're not now. They're fucked. They're all fucked.
No,
they're in
well,
Mariupol. They're in Mariupol.
I know they're
surrounded.
the only
that's not
ones
all.
left.
That's not all of them.
They're the only ones left, and it seems
That
that
is,
they've shown their
I
true
think
colors.
in
But
the more in Kirsten, is it Kirsten?
obviously, I would have thought, but the vast majority are in Mariupol, and they're fucked.
Yes.
They're fucked.
well, they might end up being the heroes, because guess what? They had reports that they were taking out tanks with weapons that they weren't supposed to have, which means there might be some corridors of resupply to those clowns. That it seems that could be feasible based on Putin saying that we're not going to waste any more lives trying to take this place.
Yeah, we're just going to hold it.
We're going to encircle them and we'll starve them out so a fly can't get through. So, but the reality is, why would he do that unless there's substantial resistance? And that
because
I see
there's civilians. There's civilians there as well. There's civilians there as well.
I'm sure our our bloated friend with the tapping foot is not concerned about civilians. He's proven himself with that.
I've heard talk about what's the most western country, not country, city where everyone's like flocked to in the west of
Lviv.
Ukraine. Lviv. Apparently, most of the weapons and ammunition are being stockpiled there and not actually moving further east. Do you think that's true?
I wouldn't believe a word of it. Everything you hear, I would question or think the opposite.
Well, the thing is, the generals are like, we want to hoard everything we can, and they're not
question the opposite. Well, that could be smart if they held back, but there was a recent report out of the Russians that the SAS was working with Ukrainians on the Eastern Front. Did you see? Did you guys see that story? And to tell you the truth, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Just like I don't doubt there's Americans working there right now too.
Well, there's Americans that are Ukrainian nationals through deep.
Yeah, and others volunteers.
Yeah.
Well, I seen an interview with a Russian, an American. He trains. He heads all the training programs, and he was sent to Ukraine to train the Ukrainians, and they ended up training the Azov.
Didn't he marry a Ukrainian to make
No, he just gave an interview. He did. Yes, I think it's someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think of the black American?
No, it was white. It was white, but he said he'd married a Ukrainian 4 or 5 years ago.
Let me finish this off while I was saying with this guy. Anyway, he gave an interview. He said we realised shortly after that basically we were training the Azov battalion, and that was it. That's what we were sent to Ukraine to do about a year or two ago. Didn't take him long to work it out.
I mean, end of the day, they're serving a purpose, no matter who they are.
I agree.
No matter what, they are protecting civilians at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you need to know the history of the Azov, and you need to know the history.
You want to have a look at it. You want to have a look at the history.
Wait.
Them guys in Mariupol are sitting in squalor and whatever. And they're going to defend
I agree. They're in a hell of a mess. They're in a hell of a mess there.
Yeah.
But
listen, there's a proven historical fact that Ukrainians and the western part of Ukraine embraced the Nazis when they came in. Quite a few of them joined the SS. There's a legacy there. There's a connection. There's certainly some right-wing nationalist thinkers in Ukraine. But in this particular case, your enemy is your enemy, my enemy, so he's our enemy, and we are friends.
Okay,
and that's the way you have to look at it.
Let me just finish that statement off just for you, because I agree with you on that much. But I believe that the Nazis actually respect Zelensky, and Zelensky respects them because they respect each other on the ethno-state that they have in sort of Israel. So,
what I don't get is, though,
it's what they want, and it's like they're respecting each other for it.
If they're so Nazi, why would they respect?
So you're saying Azov
as a
are with Zelensky because he's Jewish?
What I'm saying is that they respect what the Jews have done with Israel. That's what that's what I'm drawing the conclusion to.
So what we're saying.
So when they're using each other. When they're using each other, but they're respecting each other because they want the same thing, but differently. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What you're saying is that Nazism has evolved to
Ukrainian Nazism,
yeah. We call that nationalism or the United States Republican Party.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's just got
right nationalism
against. It's got far right views, which a lot of people wouldn't.
So they'll quite happily work together, and they'll quite happily respect each other because they want the same thing but in different ways.
Yeah. And here's the funny thing: look what's going to happen to France. They're about to elect a nationalist right winger who is like pro-Russia. Figure that out.
Well, I think that'd be a brilliant thing, but there we go. Nothing to do with pro-Russia, but I think it'll be a brilliant thing. I think France needs to sort out. They've got multiple problems from immigration. They've got multiple problems through their unions. They've got multiple problems through their taxes. And something needs to happen. And another globalist like Macron, which is most probably likely, it's tight, it would be a terrible thing. It needs a big fucking shake-up.
Yeah, we saw what happened with the last shake-up.
What shake-up are you talking about?
MAGA, disruption of democracy,
Oh, MAGA.
loss of. Yeah, it's the same thing, same mentality.
Yeah. How many times did he? How many times was he indicted and got off? Because they had nothing on him. It's called a witch hunt.
No,
Called a fucking witch
it wasn't
hunt.
that. No, it was.
They didn't do him though, did they? They'll do him for something. They'll do him for some sort of tax evasion or something because they're literally trying everything.
Well, they are trying everything, and it's not that there's not enough evidence.
Well, there is, because otherwise he'd have been convicted, wouldn't he?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the evidence.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. I
The
saw
establishment are against him.
Wait, I saw on C-SPAN what the British government did to your prime minister because he partied and violated COVID law rules, having a party, a public embarrassment. It was unbelievable.
I'm just going to add in. Let me add in our newest guest here, Mr. Maga 215. What up?
What's up?
Hey, with 2 on 5, it couldn't be anyone else.
You got that right, kid.
How y'all doing?
There he is.
How you doing, man?
What are you going against Mega for, McGrande?
Come on, dude.
What?
Hey, making America great again is a great thing to say.
That's a hell of a slogan. It's a better slogan than Black Lives Matter. Come on.
Oh,
no doubt. No doubt.
All right, I'm not going to go there. I was just joking. So.
No, but the funny thing is, slogans are very dangerous.
Yes, they are.
Because you don't have to dig too deep, you know?
Words are dangerous. Words are dangerous.
What is Biden's slogan?
I actually feel bad for
8:30 for bedtime.
No, McGrande, what was his slogan?
I think his slogan is FUA.
FUA.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Fuck
come
up
on,
America.
man. I like that. I like that one.
Look at my aviators. Look at my aviators, man. Come on, man. One more.
Don't you guys Don't you guys feel a little bad for Biden though? Like, you know, he's not there. It's not all his fault.
It's crazy, mate. It's crazy. It's so crazy. I watch his videos every day of him, right? And he just trips up every fucking day. And it's like
Trump did the same thing, though.
Yeah, but I've had this before, right? Trump made up words that actually became words, right? He just makes up words that no one knows what he was trying to say in the first place.
Here's Biden's slogan. It's ILSY, ILSOY, H.
What?
Fuck knows, mate. That was too hard.
I like the smell of youth's hair.
Babies.
Yeah, baby's hair,
yeah. That's fucking terrible, that is.
Oh God, I've had one too many to drink. I am sorry. I apologize.
It's alright. But we got McGrande here, McGrande cursing out fucking Trump, and we're describing fucking basically a paedophile right now with Biden. Right?
Oh my God.
Mate. No one in their right mind. No one in their right. No public figure in their right mind would act and behave around children like he does. No one. He's been a public figure for 48 years.
The reality is,
the reality is, the guy's a fucking wrong one. I feel sick watching those videos. There's too many. I can't watch that too many videos of him touching kids. It makes me sick.
Everybody's a pedophile. That's why
Well,
they tried to stop
if anyone's a fucking pedophile, Biden's
nomination
a
of the
fucking
most
pedophile.
recent
Oh,
Supreme
they
Court
are.
judge
They
over
definitely
pedophilia.
is.
Hold on. So,
Even Hunter Biden is. You know, it runs in the family.
how
Well,
many pictures of of Epstein and Trump, and then Epstein and
Thank
Biden?
you, Steve.
Oh yes,
oh
that's a
God
good point.
Almighty! Right. Let's get a
However,
couple of things.
Steve,
We
Epstein is not the only paedophile on the planet, you know.
yeah, but
He was
bringing
one
up
of the
Trump,
big-time
bringing up
ones.
Trump with Epstein
Yeah.
is
I think one
ridiculous
of your
because
princes is at
Trump.
risk, right?
Wait there. Let me just get this out with Steve, right? Because Trump kicked him out of all his venues in 2000 and
Kicks him out.
kicked him out. It
Yeah.
was
When you
either
found out he was a
2000.
liability.
Well, because there was a complaint made. There was a complaint made by
Of
a
course.
young female there, right? And he kicked him out of everywhere, right?
Well,
And he
that's
had nothing.
because he was trying
He
to
had
save
nothing to
face.
do with him. He had nothing to do with him. I think it was like 2009 or something. He had nothing to do with him from that day on. All right.
What's that?
Yeah, but
what
there
was
a
the
time when everybody
which
with
royal was
Epstein,
it that
everybody
that
with
was
Epstein knew
involved
what
with
was
Epstein?
going on. The people who were hanging around in the inner circle knew what was going on. We're talking
Yeah.
about world leaders. We're talking about
Yeah,
heavy hitters
exactly.
on both sides.
Well, when you say that, when you make statements like that, because there was photos with him. Of course, there's photos with him. He knew him.
Well, surely, what's the girl that got all these young women for him?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, well, surely Trump wouldn't want to wish her well.
Trump
then,
wasn't
right?
into children; he was just into fit birds.
I mean, he wouldn't want to wish her well, right?
Except for his own daughter, that is.
Well, yeah. Well,
what's wrong? What's wrong with saying you have a fit fucking daughter?
If he wasn't her father, he might date her, and he said that.
Wow.
I didn't know Stormy was a.
That's so terrible, isn't it? Oh, by the way, Stormy Daniels had to pay Trump a load of money, didn't she?
Oh, she got that
She
money.
lost her case. She lost her case.
Did lose her case?
Yeah, she had
Poor
to
girl.
pay Trump. It's a shame.
Well, with him and didn't win nothing.
She brought down a lot of men, that's for sure.
Yeah, the thing is,
she brought down Trump, she brought down Cohen, and she brought down Aviante,
the solicitor.
or whatever his name is.
Now is
he was a total cunt.
Now is she a whore for doing that?
I'll tell you what she is. Yeah. She should have just kept to the deal with Trump and shut the fuck up like a good girl. Because she opened her mouth. Because she opened her mouth, she's ruined her life. She's ruined. She's now ruined her life. And that solicitor was conning the fuck out of her. So she got fucked from every angle, didn't she, including her ass?
Well, she was a porn star, so yeah, probably by like 3 or 4 guys at the same time.
Yeah. Was Bill Clinton
he's going to jail, so.
Wait, what? Bill Clinton?
Getting
what?
Smoked.
Was Bill Clinton a crossdresser? Apparently.
So there's a photo. So there's a painting on the Epstein Islands of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. Google it.
That means something, doesn't it?
What, did it have a stain on it?
Well, I mean, Clinton got his knob polished by some chubby intern just because he was horny, for Christ's sake.
Hey, did you see Monica
She did keep the spunk stained dress in the airing cupboard for 18 months.
I know. She's chubby. She's disgusting.
She did look at the long game. She did look at the long game, didn't she?
Yeah,
I'll keep that spunk on that hem by there.
I don't know. Monica looked good.
Yeah.
Y'all laugh.
Are we talking?
Serious.
Which Monica are we talking about? Lewinsky here.
She did.
Yeah, Lewinsky. Yeah, she hid it for 18 months in an airing cupboard.
I love chubby girls.
She was fine. I mean, she did not fine.
Hey, if you think about it,
Bill
Schwarzenegger got taken down by the housekeeper.
Well, she got pregnant though, right?
Yeah, he got a kid.
Yeah, they got a kid. It's kind of hard to hide that.
Yeah, he looks like him as well. Like,
what I mean.
You know
Comes
what?
out all muscled.
I don't know.
That reminded me exactly of the movie. I think it was Meet the Fockers. When
with Schwarzenegger, yeah.
Yes, Meet the
when
Fockers.
He does.
fucking Ben Stiller wasn't there a kid who he
It was a
had sex
baseball
with
star.
the maid, and the kid looked exactly like him.
That
But it turned out in the end it wasn't his kid. It just I don't know, but those two, because like not gonna lie to you, the Schwarzenegger's maid there, she had big tits as well, so she was Latina, so kind of like certainly juxtaposition was similar there, but classic, good stuff. Arnie.
she didn't have cook a good burrito, eh?
Hey,
I don't know. Apparently,
Steve, do you think that she says the name S. Schwarzenegger? S. Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, right, exactly. And he was with Maria Shriver at the time. She seemed like a cold
S.
bitch
Schwarzenegger.
to me. Yeah.
he took his steroids.
Yeah.
Oh, he took steroids. Steroids. Yeah, he did.
I know. I can't believe it. He was like they used to call him the ironclad Kennedy.
He admitted to steroids, but yeah, I mean, weird that he married essentially a Kennedy, but he was a Republican, right?
Right. It's weird.
Poor Arnold.
I mean, De Grande, you said about Boris having his parties and all that. Your point on that means it was disgusting that he
wasn't your typical Republican. He was like a
McGrande. So what do you think? Did you think it was obviously bad for him to do that? He's out of order, like.
No. I was. I'm pretty. I try and be fair. What I was. Well, I think the prosecution was like ridiculous.
What the hell's going on here?
I really don't have high expectations for Boris, but
McGrande's audio.
The abuse he had to go through with the House of Commons was a little bit overboard over having a party.
Yeah, well, but there was 22
circumstances though.
Yeah, but there was 22 parties.
Check one.
But
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. It comes in and out occasionally. But what I've got the problem is not that he had 22 parties, was that the 70 million population of the UK thought that he would comply with his own rules. I mean, I didn't.
I give a shit.
And nor should anyone else. We were, by the way, Biscuit, just to let you know, we were never under lockdown. We were never actually officially under lockdown. We chose to lockdown. They wouldn't have passed it through Parliament. And one of the proofs on that is that I refused to give my details on a Kung flu, and they arrested me, and I had case dismissed. And this is reality. We were never under an official lockdown. We chose to lockdown.
The police didn't do that, did they, with some people, though? Smashing...
Yeah, that's right. They nicked me. They nicked me. That's right. They nicked me. You had to get arrested, and you had to refuse to give your details to get off.
That poor woman in Scotland who had her leg trampled after coming out of hospital, just in staying at her parents' house because she was disabled.
I know. It was disgusting, mate. You had neighbours grassing up on neighbours. It was the most horrific fucking thing that the government brainwashed the public to believe that your neighbour was your enemy. It was disgusting.
That is disgusting.
Even your own family. They were telling you to grass up on your family.
Yeah, I did hear about that. People who were, wanted to see their loved ones who might have been sick, and if they did,
sounds like Cuba.
They get ratted out. No, we didn't have anything like that here.
That's how they operate in Cuba. You know that?
His audio is so off again.
Cuba. I mean,
McGrande, say 1, 2, 3, McGrande. All right, go on, Smokesteve. It'll be a minute.
I tell you, throughout the whole thing, I went to work every day. We were on lockdown. 1, 2, 3.
Wow!
Oh my God! Whoa!
I'd say 18 to 20 seconds, maybe 25.
All right.
What are you
Reset.
doing? You
I'm
what?
going to take off then.
Is McGrande watching the YouTube stream?
No,
not
reset.
the
all he's
Wait.
gonna
StreamYard
do
stream?
is
No,
read
yeah,
it.
it's
Reset.
Did you say 1, 2, 3 then? Did he say 1, 2, 3?
Yes,
He
and
did.
like 18 seconds later.
How
No,
delayed
no, no, no.
All right.
That's like YouTube delay. That can't be StreamYard delay.
Grande, if you log out,
We're gonna do it
and
again. We're gonna
come
do it
back
again.
in, you'll be fine.
Hey,
Delete all
Fitz,
your
do
cookies,
everyone shut the
McGrande.
fuck up and do it again. Hey, Fitz, do something different. Tell him to
McGrande.
say something.
Say it was nice to see y'all.
All right.
Yeah, we'll carry on now. Yeah, so
All right.
someone should time it.
Obviously,
Yeah, just someone should time it.
all right.
God, it's like
I'll
Biden.
try.
Okay, restart. Yeah, restart McGrande.
Wow.
Nice to see you all. I'm going to come back.
Why is he so delayed?
I don't know, dude. It happens every fucking time with them. He
That's like
He must-
16 seconds. That's like
Does
20
he come-
seconds.
Does he log into StreamYard and then fuck off back to YouTube?
No,
That's
it doesn't have
mad.
nothing to do with that.
That's mad.
It's his. For some reason, it just gets slower and slower as time goes on.
It's like
That's
a
crazy, Aphid.
sailboat that drifts out of the channel, and then you look over, and he's like 2 feet from the rocks. He's fucking so far gone. It's ridiculous. I don't understand.
That's why he makes no sense sometimes.
Right. It's not because he's. That's why he cuts into people. He don't mean to. He thinks he's.
That's fucking amazing.
Right.
All right, Mr. Live and Direct
All right, let's
is
see.
back live.
All right.
Queued up.
Not restart that.
McGrande, say
How
1,
we
2,
doing?
3, McGrande.
You
I
back,
take
bro?
it by how the conversation's going that nobody has bought into this
1, 2, 3.
convict
Oh,
stuff.
he's still late. He's still late.
Better. It's better.
It's better. It's better. He can almost probably.
We're at
make it a
about 6
conversation.
seconds here.
Delete all the history on your computer and delete the cookies, and then restart, and then you should be with us.
I think he
What-
needs
what-
to reinstall Windows at this point.
Yeah. What did you say? What did you say?
No, I'm on
Ron?
my phone. This is an old phone, dude.
Yeah, I said I take it
I'm on
nobody on
Wi-Fi.
this panel. I take it nobody on this panel actually bought into this Kung Flu virus, whatever you want to call it.
Kung Flu. Yeah.
Flu.
Yeah, call it
Yeah.
Kung Flu.
That's what I call
Just
it.
in case
panel
somebody's
except for-
listening.
the whole panel except for Topple and Based.
What?
I particularly liked when Trump said Kung Flu, and the audience of like 50,000 people went crazy, like Guns N' Roses
Oh,
starting
yes.
like Paradise
Yeah.
City.
As
Like,
soon
when
as he said that,
Flu.
the camera zoomed in on the Asian reporter too. That was the best part.
It was a woman.
Yeah. They're like, oh
That's
shit.
my life.
Like Trisha Takanawa off of Family Guy.
I don't know.
Well, it's
Taco-
McGrande who. I think McGrande didn't buy into it because he said he went about
He
his
bought
daily
into it.
business as normal, so he didn't buy into it.
Oh, he did. Absolutely, he bought into it.
You're fully protected,
He-
aren't you?
So, Top, I guess that means you watch Fox News.
I don't watch any news, buddy.
Here's the
bought into
litmus
it.
test.
Top.
Here's the
Yeah, I got the
litmus test
shots.
for everyone.
Look, he's got
Here's
his
the
mask
litmus
around
test.
his neck right
How
now.
many shots have you had?
Right.
I thought Last Dance was going to be here.
I can answer
He
that.
was.
He's got it, dude. He's got it.
He was here.
Yeah.
His energy.
I
I've had
guess he-
two. I've had two.
He
Well,
made
that
an
explains
announcement
it.
tonight that he's got the COVID.
Based has had none. Steve has
Yep.
had two, right?
I've had about 7 COVIDs, bro.
No.
You're a big
I'm
lad.
about
You're a big lad.
Vaccines. How
Oh,
many
two,
vaccines
yeah,
have you had?
two.
Yeah,
1
same
and
as
2.
me.
No
Aphid, how many
booster.
you had?
I've had
12.
3 because you got the 2
Three.
at the beginning, and then I got the booster.
Aphid's the most hardcore believer.
I get the flu. I get the flu vaccine every year.
He has
too.
reasons.
He's
Yeah,
got
but
an
it's-
alert on his phone.
No
That
shit.
alert
I know he
goes
does.
off. They say booster.
Oh,
Wait, Last
I-
Dance has COVID?
Yeah, Last Dance had
No.
COVID. That's why he left early.
Yeah, Last Dance does. Yeah.
Oh, no one knew. I'm sorry.
No, he said.
No, they
it.
did
He
know.
said
He
it.
said.
Okay.
Yeah,
He
he
talked
said.
about it.
See, here's the thing: the more liberal you are, like, see, McGrandy will be like, "Wow, he's got COVID. I'm so sorry, bro. Jesus, that's terrible." But
I got
like,
3.
I would.
like
I got
last,
3.
like Based Welsh, you'll be like, "You'll be fine. Who gives a fuck, mate? It's nothing." You know, it's like, I think like
He's pretty old. I don't
I
know.
don't say it like that.
If it wasn't for my mobility issues, I would have had 4 vaccines by now. But I just couldn't stomach the pain to go get the second,
Surely,
the third, and fourth.
after they brought out this wonder thing, and they turn and says, "Oh, all you need to have is this, and everything's all right." And then they said, "Oh, you got to have another one, and then everything's all right." And then they go, "Oh, you got to have a booster. Everything's going to be all right."
I mean, the way I saw it is, I beg to differ, Steve. I have a flu vaccine every year.
I probably had
so
COVID at least 3
kind of
times
bought
and
into
didn't even
that
know
at least.
because I never tested.
There's going to be a 4th one plus pills. So surely that must be telling you that what you haven't put into your body isn't really working.
It's 95% effective. It's 95% effective, don't you know?
Everyone here can attest to how badly it affected me with first one.
Yeah, well, I can tell you one thing. If you get it, like Last Dance has it, he's gaining antibody resistance.
I agree.
Yeah.
Immunity.
Misinformation.
That's what they should have done right at the start.
Welshman, I got to agree. I am somewhat disappointed.
Instead of shutting
I'm somewhat disappointed over the outcome.
Restaurants down, bars down.
For me,
sound quality is awesome.
The Omicron variant has become like the common cold.
As time goes on, Welshman, I'm agreeing with you more and more. I'm concerned about the efficacy.
Yeah,
of this,
and it's not me trying to put, like make people feel bad. All my family have taken the vaccine. I say this occasionally, or everyone has. I'm the odd man out. So yeah, I wouldn't want anything to happen, and hopefully, to the degree that some people are saying think shit's going to happen.
You can say that again.
Yeah, I mean, but the vaccine definitely didn't do what it said on the tin, and that proves itself because you've got to take 3 to 4 a year.
That's not happening. Like, and they were cagey about that whole aspect of it when we were all first getting vaccinated or being educated about the vaccination. It was sort of like there was that question, well, how long is it going to last? And then it was like, well, am I coming back here again after 6 months, 8 months, 9 months? Is this like a lifelong thing? I mean, give me a fucking break. Like, they weren't really clear about that. Then once they got a certain percentage of people, they kind of came out and more pushed the booster.
It's similar to the mask thing. The first came out and says, "Oh, you don't need to wear masks," because there was the reasons I can fathom for that is because they didn't want everyone just going out buying all the masks when doctors and surgeons needed them.
But it doesn't. It makes hardly any difference. Lockdowns
human history a vaccine this quickly.
I agree.
Exactly.
And we don't have enough data to determine how many lives were saved.
But Grande, fuck's sake, can't fucking right. Yeah, I mean, lockdowns made about 0.2 of a difference in the UK, according to official stats.
It'd be a wonderful thing.
Then why do the Chinese continue to do the lockdowns?
And see what would have happened.
I want to know why do the Chinese continue to lock down their cities?
Control.
Yeah, I believe that Chinese are just.
That's all it's been about. It's been about fear.
All about control.
Fear you can control.
They feared us into lockdown. We weren't in lockdown by law. They feared us into a lockdown in the UK.
Yeah.
It's doing wonders for the Chinese economy.
They're doing it right now. Yeah, they're destroying Shanghai. There's going to be another disruption in the supply chain over this. The factories are shutting down. if the Chinese
You know
are
what
doing it,
pissed
why
me
are
off
they
the
doing it if
most?
it doesn't make sense?
You know what pissed me
Because
off the most?
they're a
It's
communist
control.
country.
Is the fact I paid nearly 700 quid for a fucking graphics card that only should have cost me 300 fucking quid.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's it, mate.
Yeah.
Damn.
What's a
Like
quid?
like a full tank of diesel in my car now cost me 130 quid. Well,
And not only that, it was
before the war, it was costing me 85.
it was I think it's a 6-year-old technology as well. It was a 1660 Super, so it's really old technology.
Yeah, but it's all about the old demand thing, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
supply and demand.
What does that achieve you for better graphics? For what games?
For
VR.
chat. Yeah.
Huh.
I needed it for like taking the data from my Quest to the PC and then sending it back with a. You need higher frames at a stable rate, otherwise you end up getting what's known as VR sickness if the frames aren't high enough.
Huh.
I mean, I said the more jabs you keep on getting, if it does turn out to be 4 a year, the more chances you're going to get a reaction. Because it's a Russian roulette on reactions. I mean, Biscuit can testify to that. I know loads of people who've had like one jab fine, the next job on their ass.
Huh.
You know?
On their
Well,
ass.
I fit into 2 of those categories. I'm alright.
Yeah.
Obese and asthmatic.
Okay.
Thing is, Biscuit, it's your size as well that goes against you for COVID. It is a big,
I said,
it is a big problem.
I fit into the obese and asthmatic.
Yeah,
but
it's a big
I'm
problem
not just
for
obese.
COVID.
I don't even know what category I am. I'm off the chart.
Well, you've got to look at it another way, though. A bad case of flu, like there was in the winter of 2018, 2019, you more likely would have had a serious problem during that time. Also,
I don't think the Omicron variant is anywhere near as bad as it used to be.
but there again, I don't think. I think the only reason why it got so bad was because of lockdown.
Yeah, you're locking down with
if they hadn't shut the country down,
the COVID itself wasn't the problem with the lockdown. The lockdown prevented a lot of other problems being treated, cancer and depression, which got even worse.
The deaths from cancer, like there was a thing I can't remember what the doctor or scientist name was.
We're gonna get a lot of it now, though, Ron. We're gonna get it all now.
Yeah.
We're gonna get all these people now.
My anxiety is through the roof.
Because they haven't been treated.
It's not den. I shouldn't use the word den, but I get really bad anxiety just leaving the house because I was stuck in the house for that long. It just triggers me. It's not like I'm scared. It's like my body just wants to shut down every time I leave the house.
Yeah, I purposely went against government advice and left my house every day, at least twice to 3 times a day. I did get arrested for it.
Sensory
I have to ask the Americans, because I don't know if they are actually giving out figures or anything. But in the UK, they reckon in 18 months, there had been between 40 to 50,000 extra deaths of cancer, more than normal, because
and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Well, this is it. And this was without people who missed out on kidney situations.
Was it 5 million appointments have been missed in the 2 odd years? Was it 5 million? Or operations?
Like, in England, they said, I don't know what it is in America, so the Americans will be able to tell me. It's around about 150, 160,000 people they put officially at that time as died from the Kung flu. Mm-hmm. But then the actual figures come out and it is 17,700 and something that actually died from it.
Yeah.
So you've got to put those numbers to compared to the people extra who died from not getting treatment, not being diagnosed of cancer soon enough. And this is just one illness. We're not talking about across the spectrum of how many people. And like they turned around and said, between 40 and 50,000. So that's basically 30,000 people more died because of the government's lies than what would have.
Well, first of all, we gotta trust the data, and the data's we don't have enough time.
You
it's going to take like 10, 20
bastard,
years.
John Grammaticus.
Yeah, but
it's going to take 20 years to review the data and make those kinds of determinations. You have to understand we were facing a new plague that was affecting the world, and the world tried to respond to it. And and a lot of people died from it. So in the end, we can second guess ourselves, but we need to learn from that and figure out how to do it the next time, because the next time's coming.
Oh yeah.
By the way,
yeah.
By the way, that's why the eggs are so expensive, because there's an avian flu going on in America right now.
And
my American compatriots all understand what's going on with the price of eggs. There's an avian flu that's wiping out a lot of chickens, man. So
shit, does that mean we have to cook our eggs the whole way through?
No, they're just not free ranged. They're just not free ranged. No free range eggs in the UK anymore.
I like a nice runny egg.
What and you know why? Because it's coming from the wild avian population. It's not in the contained. If
just
you have
carry on as normal,
animals,
Steve. Carry on as normal. Cook them nice and soft.
No, I'm gonna cook them all the way through, till they're like rubber.
No.
Just do like Rocky did, man. Put them in the blender. Put a dozen in the blender.
If one chicken slips through with the avian and you eat his egg half fucking raw, are you going to get the avian or the avian?
Now here's the thing: the avian flu for the chickens
avian?
Avian. It has not leaped to mankind. Well, so it's only affecting chickens.
But the primary source of water here.
It's expensive.
The primary source of the Spanish flu and the Hong Kong flu and all that stuff was avian. So
but that's racist. Wait there, Miranda. You can't say Spanish flu because that's racist, or Hong Kong flu because that's racist, and you can't say Ebola flu because
Hong Kong is not, but Kung flu is.
Well,
maybe
and
you can't
Ebola, say it, but I can say it.
Oh, but it's racist. You can't. It's like you say China virus. That's 100% xenophobic.
All right, I think, Mr. Welshman, I think we can all agree. We are not woke.
It's only
we all accept the truth.
It's only racist when Trump says it, is it?
It's not how it is.
It's only racist when Trump says it.
Damn right. And here comes Trump's biggest fan.
Look,
Lee.
Trump is.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, Lee.
Hi there. Hi, everyone.
What's up?
How are you?
Hi there. How you doing, man?
I just wanted to, McGrandy, I just want to answer your question about why China has been so strict with shutting down. From what I've read, the reason they're being so strict is, I know you think your country's big, but this population in China is 1.4 billion people. If they aren't strict with it, the way that it can spread like wildfire, they just will not be able to cope. Yeah. You're going to have people dying outside hospitals. So they are absolutely so scared that they try to keep it clamped down as much as they possibly can. Because, what's your population? About 380 million odd? Yes. Imagine 1.4 billion, So this is the why they're so scared and why they shut cities down.
Actually, my question was rhetorical, because the fact is I agree with you 100%, and they realize that there is a serious potential, catastrophic potential.
No, it's the only time I've disagreed with. It's the only time I've disagreed. It's the only time I've disagreed with Lee, and I'm surprised. But the reality is, Omicron. Wait there. Let me finish my statement.
Point of view. It might not be mine.
Okay. I'm thinking. Okay, let me say my piece, right? The world does now know, right, from what's happened throughout the world, that you can't stop the virus, and you especially can't stop Omicron BA1 or BA2. It's just unstoppable, right? So the only thing you can actually do is slow it down, basically. But New Zealand's held it back because they're an isolated country, and they held it back. All of a sudden, got a bit of Omicron, done. Country's wiped out with Omicron. Everyone caught it. Okay, so it's just gotta let it happen. If they're gonna let their country go ahead and get back to normal, they've gotta let it happen, because if they don't, right, it's just going to get worse and worse. People are starving in their flats at the moment. People are jumping off buildings. Right? I'm sorry.
I want you to remember
I don't care about
I want you to
infections.
remember
I care about
recent
deaths.
history. Yes, and the recent history is that Omicron is proven to be more infectious, but not as lethal.
Yeah.
So it spreads fast.
That's my point.
So
That's my point.
any consequence or exposure to that is a lot less lethal than it would have been for us 2 years ago.
Yeah. So why haven't they changed it? Why haven't they changed? Why haven't they changed their approach?
Wuhan.
Why haven't they changed their approach? That's the point. If you look at the evidence throughout the world,
Grandy, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Think about the figures, right? You've got 1.4 billion.
Doesn't matter the numbers, though, does it? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter the numbers, because they've got to live with it. They've got to fucking live with it. End of.
A higher percentage of vulnerable people.
Yeah, but when have the CCP ever cared about the population? When have the CCP ever cared about their own population?
Yeah, they will do
when it affects their workforce
that can't get to hospitals.
Well, it's affecting their workforce now. It's affecting their workforce now because they're shutting down factories.
Just take the UK,
and they're going to have to keep on shutting down factories.
Just take the UK as an example for the amount of hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people. Multiply that by thousands and thousands when you've got a population of 1.4 billion people. So the figures
does
are
that mean
horrendous.
What about India? What about India? What's India? 2 billion or 3 billion? What remind me again?
I'm not sure what the population.
It's up there. It's the most populated country.
I think it's close to 3 billion. I think it's close to 3 billion. So we're talking near enough double.
World.
Let me ask you guys this: has anybody started stockpiling?
India's not having a huge lockdown in it. Oh, that's right. India used ivermectin, didn't they? That's correct.
Hold on a minute. Have you guys been stockpiling provisions?
No.
In preparation of this massive,
I've got my ivermectin.
Is huge supply chain issues.
Yeah, massive.
And food shortages.
Saw a picture, like you've got flight radar and you can see all the planes.
Actually, that's what's happening right now.
You see the one
it's
with
added
the
to the inflation. People are stockpiling now, and that's the problem.
China and all the ships that are just stocked with containers. There's just and there's going to be horrendous supply chain problems. It's coming.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's all being planned. It's all a big plan.
For Biscuit and Welshman. What's your other? Is Ron? Is Rue? Or I can't see your name properly. From the UK. Yeah, was it cooking oil? We're starting to run out of cooking oil. So.
And grain.
I don't use cooking oil. I'd rather
grain
use
from Ukraine.
I use the grease that comes out of my bacon fat.
So,
just got to shut a door.
Welshie, you haven't
there
put
you
away
go.
a couple hundred.
That's the best.
See what you've got to realise is that
bacon. That's why you're still
what's
around.
That, Steve?
Biscuit. I mean,
Welshie, you haven't put away a couple 100 pounds of non-perishable, freeze-dried.
I actually put
MREs.
bacon fat into containers.
I get what you're saying. I have good connections.
What about for Trigger? You got a couple 100 pounds of kibble ready for him?
I mean, he's like the main thing. So I would make sure you'd be sorted out. It wouldn't be his raw meat, obviously.
It sounds like you changed his food. I haven't heard any loud breaking of the wind or gaseous emissions.
He's put on weight. He put about 20% body weight on.
I think you've got to get your priorities right. You've got to stock up on beer and weed, because if you can't get that, you're going to go crazy.
Well, I do, but then it's gone.
Speaking of dogs, my diesel has to go to the vet on Friday.
There you go.
Where's it going?
It needs to go to the vet.
I missed it again.
It needs to go to the vets.
Oh, right.
I booked it on Friday. No, Diesel, the dog.
Oh, right.
Veterinarian.
Staffy. He's been salivating and drooling a lot, like way more than usual, and he keeps coming to me and he keeps like chomping on his mouth. I think he's got something wrong in his mouth.
An infection.
Yeah. So I booked him in on Friday. That's going to cost me a fortune.
He's overheating.
It could be, but it's only 11 degrees here, so I don't see how.
Is he overheating?
No, the heating's not on, and the temperature outside is 11 degrees. So
is he eating? Okay.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Is he eating fine?
Is he eating okay?
Yeah. I'm just slightly worried, so I'm going to take him to the vet and make sure.
The dog.
Yeah. Yes. He's eating 2 tins of wet food.
McGrandy.
Well, then
if
it's probably not a dental problem.
McGrandy, when you hear this in 30 seconds, please go out the chat and come back in. Hopefully you'll catch back up.
But
I'm going to
probably not a dental problem.
I'm going to take him to the vet and get him checked anyway, because there's something not right. He's not acting normal.
Yeah. For sure, mate.
If it costs me 30 quid for a checkup, I don't care, but I'm going to be gutted if it's 200 or 300 quid for dental work.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like 200.
He's going to hear it in 3, 2, 1.
I guess we lost Aphid.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came in, because he wanted to ask me a question. Then you guys start talking about COVID, and I fell asleep.
What was the question going to be? Do you remember? About
a phone, children. I don't know.
Nothing.
Because I'm an expert. You guys know that.
Here's a question for the expert on phone and children. Would you let your child have TikTok?
No.
How old?
I know.
10.
Hey, Top, can you hear me, Top?
I've just let my daughter use my account on TikTok.
He said 10.
At 10.
Yeah, I can hear you, McGrande. What's up?
She's only watching it. She's not using it for her own purposes.
Do you let your daughter watch YouTube?
Yeah.
YouTube Kids or regular?
What? Oh, no, regular YouTube.
It's the same.
Whoa.
You can find bad shit on there, too. So what's the point?
Well, YouTube Kids is kind of sheltered.
So
she's on regular YouTube.
I just wanted to say hello. Good to see you. I'm going to head out because I know it's going to be 30 minutes later.
All right.
I'm out of here.
McGrand.
Guys, it was good to talk to all of you. Welshman, nice to talk to you.
Buddy.
Stay well.
See ya.
Nice for mate.
She likes listening to like novellas, like stories of people, like they're quite adult in nature.
How old is she again?
She's 10.
She's 10.
They're not adult sexually, but they're adult in like.
Okay.
They're quite serious in the way she listens.
Biscuit.
Yeah.
I've been watched. Well, there's a group called PCP in Wales, and they've been up against this sex education in schools, and currently in Wales they have a non-opt-out system, and I believe in England it's the same. But
I think it's important.
But let me explain what they're teaching children. In Scotland, I've seen the illustrations, and they show group sex, right?
Right.
And they use hot dogs in a BAP to do so. That's the demonstration.
Right.
They also use.
So it's like, do they use the film Sausage Party?
No, they just do. No, but this is what they do for anal sex. Just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
So for anal sex, they talk about it, and to illustrate it, they peel a banana and stick it in a jar of Nutella, and then you see the end with a coating of Nutella on the end, and that's how they. And bondage, they get chicken, and they wrap a chicken up in ropes, and they say it's kinky and stuff like that. 10-year-olds.
Where are you getting this information, though, Welshman? Because
I'll put it off my channel because I mirrored their video.
I'm not looking at that.
I've asked for my daughter's curriculum on that subject, and they my daughter's age, she's only 10, but they've just taught her about what she's gonna like. Basically, forewarned her about what she's gonna go through in the near future. Which I
forewarned her. So, yeah, but when they tell you when they tell you what they're saying, right? They tell you what they're saying. It's mostly not what they're actually saying.
No, I've asked for PDFs of the curriculum,
but they're basically just
educating
her about
biological processes and development.
Okay, so in the UK, in Scotland, I don't know about England, I'll check it, but in Scotland, the 10-year-olds are taught about anal sex using a peeled banana and a jar of Nutella. Do you think 10-year-olds? Do you think 10-year-olds should be doing that, Steve? Being taught that or demonstrated that?
Here, honestly, is the banana and the Nutella would be a good combination. A little dip, a little bite.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be sexualized. Done on your own in front of the telly. There's no innuendo. Do it with a group full of people. There's massive. But yeah.
I mean, I don't. Do you need to get the Nutella to room temperature? I mean, Nutella's quite stiff. I mean,
yeah, but this is the 10-year-olds. It's funny for us. It's funny for us, but it must be
the physics. I'm talking about the physics of putting a banana in Nutella. Have you ever tried putting a knife through Nutella? It's quite thick. You can't put a banana in Nutella.
Well, we're talking about virgin ass here.
There was mostly a bit of foreplay they didn't show the kids beforehand, so I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, it's disgusting.
When I was my daughter's age, they showed like images of STIs, STDs, and like what it had looked like.
At 10?
Jesus.
I don't know if I was 10, maybe 11. It was the last year of primary school.
No, mate. How old are you? What are you on about? They tell you about STIs before you're in your teens. Come on.
Yeah. They showed
junk.
It was in primary.
I remember him showing us stuff like that in our last year in school.
What? Your last year in school?
STIs. STIs, yeah. STIs, yeah.
Well,
obviously, sex beforehand.
What's the average age of someone having sex in the UK? The starting age?
I'd say 13, 14. I'd say 13 or 14 in this day.
Did you learn that shit when you were 17, 18?
No.
What's that?
In the end of primary school.
I'm talking about bees.
All right.
He said his last year he learned about ST.
Yeah,
15. Too late. That's way 15. Too late.
That's way too late.
They were showing us in, I think I was like 10 or 11 in year 7. No, year 6, sorry.
Do you have a problem with people showing STDs to kids?
I don't.
That's like a learning right there. Look.
Exactly.
Yeah, but not at 11. Not at 11 and 10.
At 11, yes. That's the beginning of... That's when most girls are getting their periods and whatnot.
Yeah, you teach them about respect. You teach them about respect and stuff.
They need to learn because they're starting to feel.
They don't need to have a cartoon demonstration of giving a blowjob, which is what they're taught now.
Not a cartoon demonstration, but they need to be taught about the consequences.
They do now.
Of their actions.
They do now. I've seen that's what they do.
They need to be taught safe sex and consequences. Otherwise, they're just gonna.
Yeah, obviously.
They won't know.
I understand what you're saying, but like this. Go on.
Welshman, this is something I just looked up because you've just reminded me of a story that hit the news this week. I don't know if you saw it, which was it's called The Family Sex Show, which was
got cancelled, thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully got cancelled. It was about to go on tour around theatres and schools. There was a song in there. Oh, there's loads of stuff in there, but there was a song. I mean, these kids are like 3 to 5 year olds, and there was a song
they're recommending. They're recommending.
Yeah. The chorus was clitoris, clitoris, clitoris. What a wonderful thing! I mean, for goodness sakes, they're kids. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thankfully, it's been cancelled
in the UK
before it even got started because parents.
We got it all from America, mate. We got it all from America.
Crazy.
Bill Gates.
Damn right.
No, from like your drag time, story time, and all that degenerate stuff you got in America. It's all coming over here.
Degenerate.
They don't need to be.
Leave my Pornhub alone.
what's the word I'm looking for? They don't need to be like.
Yeah, leave our kids alone.
They don't need to be making it a light of the subject. They need to just show the kids the education they need, so they
Well,
can make
what Vincent turned around and said was that it's at a library. It was all about a book, and you had some guy dressed up in some sort of costume because this is the LGBTQ. Dressed up in a costume with his ass sticking out, with a dildo hanging from the front.
Yep.
The parents were all sitting there with the children.
Yep.
Oh, ha 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 ha! It wasn't until somebody who walked into the library and pointed out what the fuck is going on here. That then the parents decided to pick up.
It was a multi.
It was called that particular character.
Yeah, I'll put it in the back chat now. I'll put it in the back chat now. It was a multicolored. It was a multicolored monkey with a dildo, pink purple dildo, come up the front end, and it was it was a story time for pre-nursery children at a council library, and they actually put it on their they put it on their Twitter page, right? And it blew up. And it blew up massive. They deleted it and all sorts of shit.
Yeah,
but no word of lie. There was video. I'll show you the video footage now. I'll get the story of this monkey with a dildo running in and outside of a library.
Put it in the back chat. You're real good
at
that.
See, these are the things which are happening in our schools today. There's no need to know about anal sex at a very young age. There is really no need to. You know,
they need
I
to know.
can understand.
I think they need to know the consequences of what their actions will cause. But they don't.
No, they don't have to know about anal sex. You know, you don't really need to start learning. Look, maybe it's my generation. Like I'm virtually 60 years old, so maybe I see it completely differently. But all I know is that you do not need to be teaching very young children anal sex, bondage, ST diseases, or anything.
All I can say is I'm glad that my daughter
Kevin's canines just came on.
She's
and,
disgusted by the whole thing.
On. Anyone
and
catch
I'm just
that?
Glad of that.
Did anyone catch
it's
that?
Sick.
What, I miss porn?
It's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught it in the 10 seconds of the edit time that I have here. A dude jumped on and got some porn on, but I got him off quickly.
It was in the little circles, wasn't it?
You saw it, right?
I did, yeah.
It was very brief. But
and this is what I don't know. Schools seem to want to teach kids of this day and age. Is things that they don't need to know. There's more important things that they need to know. Okay, once they reach their, I don't know, 13, 14, start introducing sex into them.
I think that's
and what
too
have
late.
you, but not to
Can you
go
rephrase that, please?
Like, I know. I thought that as soon as I said it.
How about just biology? You know.
Well, why do they need to know anal sex? You know, just teach them the basics of companionship and everything. Biology, yeah. You know, the simple basics. You don't have to go into
I'll tell you something that they don't teach
realm.
that they should. They should teach red flags of abusive relationships.
I mean, some.
Yeah.
Every kid will raise their hand and say,
"Hey, how
my
teaching
mom."
them, you know,
right, you don't want to
English,
teach them that.
Are you talking from experience there, Topple?
What about giving them
afraid
proper education rather than dumbing them down and giving them other things to worry about? Because there's no
You
doubt
gotta worry
about
about
it.
anal sex.
Yeah.
You gotta worry about anal sex.
Too right.
You gotta think about it. Like, why are they teaching them about anal sex?
I know, it's a bummer.
I should have my wife take that class.
Oh, wife. That was funny.
No, I got a kid that's a sophomore that's grade 10, and I have a kid that's in grade 4. They went over the biology part. The girls, they split the girls and the boys, and basically said the girls, you're going to get a period. They told the boys you're going to have wet dreams, and that's how they left it. And my son's just starting to learn about STDs at the age of 16. That's too late to me about STDs. They're not teaching you sex. They're just saying, hey, if you have unprotected sex, this is what your dick will or your parts will look like.
That's what I had when I was younger. It was just teaching about the consequences.
Really?
I'm not talking about anal sex or any of that other.
That's weird because even at like a Catholic elementary school, we had a guy back then who had AIDS came in and talked to the class and explained to them like how he got AIDS in a broader sense. And that was a big thing back in the day.
It was very vague. It was explained very vaguely at when I was 11 or 10.
I remember I made a point to shake the dude's hand because like some of the kids in the class were like, he's going to get AIDS because he shook his hand. But I knew.
I remember him showing a diagram of a flaccid penis and a womb and the ovaries and the vagina. But it was like diagrams, not actual pictures. And then they showed graphic pictures only of close-up shots of like STDs, like the bumps and lumps and all that.
I don't know if you had it there, but I remember in the UK, I think I was probably about, I don't know when the advertising, it was a huge advertising campaign. I think it might have been 82 or 83. And there was a huge campaign about getting AIDS, this big gravestone hitting the ground. And it was like, it just scared the shit out of you. You thought, God, having sex could just, kill you instantly. It was the way it was portrayed. I remember that vividly.
I think that's why they had the AIDS guy.
If you think about it, Lee, what we've just gone through in the past 2 years, that was also advertised basically exactly the same way.
Yeah, so
wash your hands, keep away from people. Yeah. Don't sit before you sit on the seat, wipe the seat, don't kiss anybody in case of this, in case of that. That is like it was like flashback. Right. Wow. They're basically saying exactly the same things, but just adding a little bit to it.
And don't share your vapes with anyone.
But yeah, it's like it was just a run to see how people will react back then at the 80s when the AIDS epidemic hit and everything, and how they said, beware of people and everything, keep apart from people, make sure that they're clean and all this shit. So it's like a pre-run to what's gone on in the past 2 years. Let's be honest here. The only thing which is any different is that in the end they said, we got to stand 2 meters away, although it wouldn't make any difference because a sneeze and a cough could go a lot further than 2 meters, and that's scientifically proven. And also, you got to wear a mask.
Yeah, and that goes
that's
back.
The only difference.
To the who else did we just lose?
Well, did anybody else wear a mask while they were having sex with their spouse? No, I'm being serious. I did.
I had sex in 4.5 years, so no.
This is it. That's how crazy. Well, there was an American woman, wasn't there?
I got were a blowjob from my ex.
An American woman. She wouldn't do a conference meeting over Skype, unless everybody wore a mask, and everybody obliged her and wore a mask. That's how many crazy people. You think she's just one, and I bet there's quite a few million people out there which would doing exactly the same thing in a car, driving with a mask on their own. Crazy people believing in all that bullshit like they did back in the 80s.
What?
Has Base lost his audio?
Well, she's there. I don't have him off.
I think he's lost his audio. No, I think he's lost his audio.
He's on my end.
Lost his audio.
Should I keep it going, guys, or kill it?
I'll keep it going until I finish my pint, at least. Let's respect the pint.
All right. Then I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to bring in Lee. Should I bring Welshie back?
just in case.
All right, well, she's coming back. And I'm going to go take a piss. You guys
Hello?
continue to talk.
Yeah, you can hear me now.
Hello,
Yeah, your
Lucy. So
audio's
how
back
was
now, yeah.
you? How old was you, Lee, then during the 80s?
I
With
was
all that
about 12 or 13, I think. When
Oh,
was that
right.
campaign
So,
out?
yeah, you're old enough to remember all the fucking media and the adverts and all that crap. Fear,
Yeah.
and more
Absolutely.
fear on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
I was born during the Hiroshima devastation in '86.
Oh, are you talking about AIDS?
Not Hiroshima. Sorry, no.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Now,
the
bloody
nuclear
hell, it's
reactor in
Chernobyl.
Ukraine. I forgot. Chernobyl. That's
Chernobyl.
right.
yeah.
In '86. Yeah.
I'm the same
Yeah.
age as Biscuit, but was AIDS pushed as a gay disease back in the 80s, or did that
I
come
heard,
after?
that's what I
Yeah,
heard.
I don't know. The government's was anyone, but it was like organically seen as a gay disease originally, clearly.
Okay.
Well,
But the
gay-
government were
from what
saying
I know,
anyone.
I don't know if it's more modern, but I heard it was the gays and the people that shared needles with drugs and whatnot.
Well,
Heroin and that.
they classed it as gays and everything. Obviously, we know that it wasn't. It was a
Is that more
man-made
modern
thing,
that they know it's
as per normal.
blood related with
But
sharing
yeah,
needles? Is that more modern?
well, it sort of went over to that, and what they were pushing out was, you don't know who your partner may have been with, so you could be going, in other words, a bisexual person. You know what I mean? So that person, you don't know what that person's been doing and what have you. So you need to be very wary. Clean the seats, wash your hands, all this bullshit and everything. So man, believe me, it's exactly the same.
I mean,
Exactly the
I've got a cousin that contracted AIDS.
Contracted
sharing-
HIV and turned into AIDS?
No, he got full blown AIDS through sharing his needles with his friends.
Yeah, it's blood in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone ever get tested for it before and had to wait for the results?
No.
That sucks.
No, I've never been tested.
Waiting for my AIDS to come back. AIDS test to come
Steven?
back. Yeah.
I had
Eating assholes shouldn't be an aphrodisiac.
Well, I got a letter.
I should think positive. No, wait, I didn't say that.
I got a general letter in the mail saying I should get tested by an anonymous source before. So I'm thinking all my head of all the scandalous things I did in the past, and I'm like, who was it? Blah 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 blah. Went got tested. I'm waiting for 2 weeks for this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
And my friend calls me. He's like, "Did your test come back?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, I sent you a letter." I'm like, "You fucking asshole." So I was for 2 weeks, like I was down, like, oh my god, I'm gonna die or something.
It's not very good, is it? You'd think something like that you do on the quick, like 3 days or something, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean?
Well, no.
But
Well,
no.
this was early 2000s. The test took.
Yeah, it's mushy still the same. Mushy's fucking still the same. 2 weeks, then mushy say, "Fuck them, make them sweat." That's mushy they say. You know what I mean?
I was literally
that's what the NHS would say.
I had they're doing a STI sweep, like in nightclubs and stuff, and they're like taking urine samples. And it came back 3 days later negative on my text message. I was like, well, I knew I weren't fucking had anything. I weren't fucking sexually active at the time anyway.
Oh. Well, no, I got that letter because I just got done telling my friend about something I did in the past that I wasn't proud of. And he went and found this site or whatever it was. And what do you know? Letter comes to my house saying anonymously, someone that you've been in a relationship has tested positive for HIV, blah, blah. It was all professional.
Was it on April 1st by any chance?
No, it wasn't April 1st. It wasn't April 1st. Smokesteve.
That's how easy it is though to get in your head.
Have you ever been tested for AIDS or HIV?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, because of something was
Yeah, a marriage license.
No, not because of that. I'm talking about you just questioned something one time. You were fearful.
No, I've never done
Okay,
that.
okay.
No, I wasn't. I was pretty. I kept. I was pretty crazy earlier in my days. I wasn't hawking for chicks. I was hawking for various
Dudes?
other things. So
Dudes?
No, like intoxication,
Oh.
adventures, drunkenness, drugs, whatever. But I wasn't like banging 100 chicks or 100 dudes or anything like every year. It was, I had long-term relationships, so it was never really a question for me. But I could see how people would be like, who are more into one-night stands. I always found like, the best sex comes with people you've been with for a long time.
No.
No.
I disagree.
One night stands are fun.
All right. I wouldn't know. That's not really been my thing.
No, I've never had a one night stand. I've never had a one night stand. I was like this close once, but we ended up just talking all night instead. But that was one of the funniest nights I've ever had.
Friend zone?
No, it wasn't even friend zone. We never even spoke again.
Wow.
We were laid in bed just talking, and we just got talking about some cool stuff, and it was quite a fun night.
So, in other words, the woman was saying, "I'm trapped here. When the fuck can I get out?"
No, my friend was in the other room
I'd have
banging the
kicked
other
her out
bed.
I'd have kicked her out after an hour and a half. I said, on your way.
Honestly, we had a really fun night just talking. It was quite nice. It's nice to talk sometimes.
1,400 for Tesla.
Yeah, after you've known him for a while.
It's nice to talk to someone that you've just met because you've got loads to talk about. Especially when they're dishing up dirt on the neighbors and shit.
Well, the thing is, if Tesla was a roadie for Tesla, then the bitches who wanted to get in with Tesla would probably do anything. So, I mean, roadies definitely got laid. I wonder if Tesla's been tested. That's the question.
Tesla Rocks needs to get tested if he's had 1,400.
We lost Mega. Damn.
He's just cut his feed off for a minute.
He's on the phone.
Oh, that's fine.
That's the grass. That's the grass.
I've had a grand total of 7 sexual partners.
7 for you.
Yeah, that the grassy. His delay was up to like 20 seconds, wasn't it? It was even like a bit longer, I think. It was crazy.
Hey, Lee's back. Wait, where'd Lee go? There he is. Hey, Lee, what's up, man?
Cool.
Would you go make yourself another drink?
No, it's a couple of weeks ago the internet was playing up, and you were telling me how to solve that problem, and it's been perfect since. And then tonight it's playing up again, but I've got my nephew staying, my daughter's got a boyfriend over, my wife's everybody's on the internet tonight. So whether that's causing it, probably it shouldn't do, but hey,
it will though. But when you have that wire, the wire takes precedent, and then everyone else gets whatever's left.
Right.
That's why I love it.
Been perfect all week. For the last few weeks, but don't know why it's doing that tonight, but it is. So
it's okay, man.
Appreciate you putting me back on though.
No problem.
What happened to the girl that was on 2 weeks ago? Did she come back last week?
Sarah?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, we need her back. She was fun.
There's a new guy down below here, Brian. How you doing, Brian? Okay, he just X'd himself out. Zara was fun. Did you think she was good for the pub?
Yeah, she was hot.
Any female attention this pub gets is
that's one way to look at it, but
but you got to make sure you don't leer over him.
She was my type.
I'm just thinking for diversity. I'm not on about leering over anybody.
Diversity. I know. Believe you me, I don't want this to be a fucking sword fight every week. Okay?
I know, right? It's nice to have a lady and just to have a different opinion.
We got diversity here.
It's huge cringe as well. I see it online. I've been
There
on
you
live.
go.
No,
and people
we've
do
got
that.
zero estrogen flowing in this thing.
Biscuit looks like a Chinese guy right now for some reason.
Fucking sausage party around here.
Whoa, that's racist. Don't do that. And Lee looks like
I've
I
had
don't know.
about 6 too many Guinnesses right now.
It's okay, man. Saturday. That's what Saturdays are for.
That's right.
You don't have to drink. You could drink water. Water's good for you.
What are you drinking tonight, Home Slice? That
Iced
water?
tea.
That's it?
Nice.
I had my son had a junior prom tonight.
Unless it's a
so-
Rhode Island iced tea.
No,
Rhode Island.
Long Island.
Long Island, whatever.
Bitch, I still need Smokesteve's wife to come on here and teach us how to make a Long Island iced tea.
Yeah, a Rhode Island iced tea is just regular iced tea.
Yeah.
Rhode Island is not good.
Lee, yeah, can I? Sorry for the rest. You might not know about this, but well, not a lot about it, maybe. But the French elections coming up now. What's your views on it? And you know, who do you think might win?
The 2022s? Yeah, I mean, I think
No,
that,
the French parliamentary elections.
oh, the French?
Yeah, it was to Lee, but he obviously is to the rest of the panel. Obviously, it's just I thought Lee might know a bit more about it.
Not for my
Lee, you
Lee's
can't hear any of
frozen,
this.
frozen solid, Arctic.
Wow, well, that was a waste, wasn't it? That was a waste of a minute.
It's his internet connection.
Yeah, he's gone. Sorry, chaps. Sorry, everyone.
It's all right, lazy.
Yeah, does anyone opinion there? Anyone got an opinion anyway? Anyone else?
Could you repeat the question? My
It was-
ears
Yeah,
have
so-
gone numb.
So the French elections are coming up, and it's pretty much head to head with Macron and Le Pen, which would obviously be
Isn't either or a bad shit show anyway? Like
well, it's a whole
everywhere
shit
else.
show, France. But yeah, the one is classed as far right, and the other one is like a globalist, elitist, socialist. So
Take your pick.
yeah,
Well, what's your
Uh,
pick, Welshie?
I would want him to rock the boat and Le Pen to come in because what Macron has done to the country of France in the last 4 or 5 years is disgusting. He put taxes up to a ridiculous level where you would find a French citizen working 2 jobs and still really can't
Was that a
afford
double
to
breastfeed there? Double.
survive. So yeah, I mean the state of the country anyway. It's quite well known in Europe now. The state of France, and it's just getting worse and worse. It's sad, and I just think the boat needs to be rocked. I don't care who comes in, as long as it's not another globalist.
I don't know much about your elections.
In other words, as long as it's not Macron.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
Magga, what do you think's going to happen here in the midterm elections coming up this year?
I think the worst thing's going to happen is it's going to go red. So
Are we
that's-
going to flip the flip it?
Yes.
So it's
Yes, we're going to flip, and that's good
Massive.
because that means Biden won't be able to do shit. We'll stay still for 2 years. But the only problem is when we flip, that means they have 2 years to blame the Republicans for everything. And when the election comes, then you'll get another idiot like Biden in. That's
what do
my
you think?
prediction.
Who's it going to be? DeSantis?
No, I don't think he can win. I really don't.
Well, who's going to be the red candidate?
wow.
I don't know,
He's bigger than Trump. He'll get more
He's
votes.
not bigger than Trump.
He is because people didn't vote for Trump just because it was Trump. That's it.
And
Right?
people are not gonna vote for
DeSantis hasn't got that shit training from him. All
Have
right,
you watched the
The
U.S.
big,
media?
that's a big problem for Trump.
The U.S. media is basically comparing him to Trump.
Hate Trump, right? And it's indoctrinated a huge percentage of the population. It doesn't matter who the opposition is. It doesn't matter who's against Trump. As long as they vote against Trump, that's it. And that's why you've got you've got an Alzheimer's patient as a fucking president for that exact reason.
That's the funny part, because the Democrats could have put anybody they wanted in, and they picked him. But he's a puppet. So.
And Kamala, don't forget, the least
she's
popular.
A vice president. She doesn't do shit.
Hillary for president.
The
Well,
least
it would have been
popular
better
candidate.
if they put. Here we go. I'm about to say it. Buttigieg would have been better.
Buttigieg. This guy called breastfeed or chest feeding. Can't say breast, can we?
Did you?
Sorry. Chest feeding.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, that's not going to work either.
I mean, he's gay. He's got a husband that he kisses.
Yeah, he chest feeds. He's very progressive. He chest feeds.
Wait, is that a man?
What?
Was that a picture of a man? But like,
no, it's a woman with. That's the woman with 5-year-olds breastfeeding.
Yeah, DeSantis has got much more pull than Trump, and that's the reality.
Weird,
and that's not good then, because he won't be voted in.
Oh, he will.
No, he won't. I'll make a bet on that right now.
I'll do a tap. Well, it's hard to pay each other, isn't it?
2 more years to eat him alive. They're already trying to eat him alive.
Yeah, I know they're trying to eat him alive. They're trying to eat him alive like fuck. His wife's got suffering from cancer, and he goes away for a couple of days, and they're all over him like a rash.
No, that's the media for you, though.
Yeah, they're doing it. I know they're doing it, but DeSantis is a much cleverer spokesman than Trump would ever be. Even though Trump says that trigger things that makes people laugh and gasp in disbelief, DeSantis won't do that. DeSantis won't do that.
How far up the chat did you have to go to find that one?
That's not a chat.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Smokesteve is amazing. What way? Tell us. In what way?
No.
Whoop.
Steady on there, brother.
Yeah, Lee. If you're in the chat, Lee, just take your fucking picture off. It'll prioritize your audio. We don't need your picture, mate.
Yep. That's all you ever have to do is just take the camera off.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, man.
Oh, here we are. Cock time.
We're talking fucking Lee.
Reach it in your bag.
I had a friend named Lee.
No, I really want Tulsi Gabbard to go in there.
Tulsi?
Democrat. Yes, I like her. I like her a lot. She's a centered person.
She'll be a Republican.
Well, no, she's a Democrat. She's a Democrat.
She will be. She will be a Republican.
Not with her gun control, what she wants to do with guns. She can't be a Republican that way.
Well, I'm not too sure about that, but the Democrats hate her. They fucking detest her.
Well, they hate her because she's centered. She's not far
Yeah,
left.
so
like
she's
the
not.
rest of them.
Well, yeah, but that she's not going to be a candidate, then, is she?
So we only go for the far
you do realize that all that's a setup, don't you? You do realize all that's a setup, don't you?
Well, I know, but you're making it sound like
so Gabbard, even though Gabbard would be like a sensible choice for the left, they've disowned her completely. They're calling her a right-wing fucking shill now.
Is it not time for an independent or a liberal to get in?
That's not going to happen either.
I think we should vote. No one should vote, and no one gets in office and start over.
Every 2 ways it's going to go. There's only 2 ways it's going to go.
Well, 2 ways. What ways?
Well, AOC, even AOC's being sort of blacklisted by the mainstream Democrats now. So who have they got?
She's never going to run for She's never going to run for a presidential election.
No. But she has a huge influence on social media. She has lots of pull on social media.
She's young.
But as it turns out, even the moderate, well, so-called moderate Democrats in charge, they're not having any of it with her. She's out for two.
Would you hit that?
Lee, drop your camera, mate. Drop the camera and keep the audio, because that's how you lose. That's how you're losing. Honestly, I know this.
It's Biscuit who's singing. So Biscuit, unmute.
Yeah,
Done it.
That's it.
Done it.
Yeah, good
Right.
man.
I've
It
stopped
should
singing.
get better, honestly.
Yeah, I'm also thinking it might be the computer. I'm going to try a different computer next week. and see if
Smokesteve's
Okay.
wife has it 100% correct.
What did
right
I
there.
do? Okay, we're back. All right, here we go. What did my wife say?
Someone under 70 years old.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Lee, did you hear the question I was trying to pose earlier on when you were frozen?
No, I didn't. What were you going to say, bud?
Okay, so we got the French elections coming up now,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
looks like it's head to head, and it's either going to be Macron or Le Pen, and you know what they both stand for.
Yeah.
Who do you think will win, and do you have a favour there?
I'd love to see Le Pen win. I'd love it.
Yeah,
because it
me
would
too.
just shake
And
the whole of Europe up. It would be brilliant.
What did I just say? What did I just say to the panel? I literally just said this to the panel. Go on, carry on, mate. Honestly, I said those words. It'll just rock the boat. It'll just fuck it up.
I mean, the thing is, it's unfortunate because they try to brand her as being racist, and she just wants the country to be the best that it can. And if you're going to come and live in France, you know the old saying is, if you live in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do you know?
Yeah.
The Rome's.
Yeah, it'll rock the boat. She's got everything rolling against her. But if she does manage to pull it off, but the problem is Dominion voting machines. You know that, don't you? I just realised I forgot.
Oh God, the Dominion fucking voting machines.
Get Rudy
Dominion.
That guy with the pillows got
in
sued.
US.
Did that guy with the pillows lose or win against Dominion?
What, lawsuit?
Yeah.
I don't even know. That guy with the pillows is also an idiot.
Yeah, fucking pillow man.
I mean, from what I've seen on the Dominions, it was like breaking into an old fucking Spectrum box. You just plugged the thing into it, and it was done like it's a joke.
There's no proof of that, though.
Oh yeah.
There's no proof of it. They didn't find no proof of that.
Well, what it comes down to is that somebody.
You do realize they can. You do realize they can wipe the records, so you can't see that. They're that basic.
They only do
that's
that.
That's why Venezuela have got them, have they?
Hey,
they were like one of the first countries. They were one of the first countries to have dominions. They knew before.
Welshman.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, whenever anything comes out that's like a counter theory to the standard accepted explanation for something, do you immediately go with the counter theory, the conspiracy theory, or do you is it an automatic thing? Because I would say I haven't heard any straight explanation for anything that you accept. You almost always accept the counter explanation.
Yeah, so I've given a number of examples today where I've gone against what I've been told to do. I do question everything, but there's no question that they're very vulnerable Dominion voting machines, very vulnerable, very basic, and they can be corrupted. So it's not a million miles away. And my attitude was on lockdowns, I don't give a fuck. I'm walking in the park on my fucking own. I'm walking down the street on my fucking own. I'm on my fucking own with my fucking dog. You all can go fuck yourselves and end off, right? I'm not risking anyone, right? Because I'm not fucking with anyone, and I don't give a fuck.
I agree completely with that.
I question everything, Steve. But no, I don't go always for the opposite. But yeah, it is a pattern. But the problem is that pattern seems to be quite, good so far.
Couple sentences off of let's say let's pick a random thing. 9/11.
Okay. Let me jump this one in here. Now, I lost my shit during the lockdown of it, and Biscuit has admitted that he did too. So what was the longest time? What was the longest time you didn't leave your house, Biscuit?
Probably nearly 2 years.
When was the last time you left your house?
That would fucking kill me. That is a fucking prison sentence. They stuck Biscuit through a fucking prison sentence. 2 years, right? They scared him that much. He didn't leave his fucking house for 2 years.
That's not 100%.
That's a prison sentence.
Biscuit,
That's why I questioned things, and I looked at it and I thought, fuck everyone. I'm on my own. I'm walking on my
I had
fucking
it
own.
Christmas last year, yeah.
Wait, time out. You didn't leave for 2 years and you still got COVID?
Yeah.
How that happened?
I suspect because the week before my next door neighbour got it, and because there's a draft that goes.
He's got this theory with the fucking draft. It doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yeah, but Steve, if he hasn't left the house for 2 years, you're gonna think like that. You're gonna think like that.
When they smoke
You're gonna
next
think
door,
like that,
I can
Steve.
smell the smoke. So if the smoke
Okay.
can get through, then
I
the
can
virus
smoke
can
weed.
get through.
I smoke
Steve,
I smoke weed.
Biscuit, how did you cope, mate? How the fuck did you cope with that? How did you cope with that for 2 years? It must have been fucking torture, mate.
I was fine. I subjected myself to most of it.
He plays video games, so he's good.
Yeah, well, we all do that.
I speak to lots of people online. I do this. I go on VR chat.
Honestly, it was the best thing I ever did was walk out.
I played PlayStation VR for half of it.
Yeah, but it was actually just smiling at people walking past you in the park and stuff, and just nodding and just having a chat. It was really difficult for everyone, and I couldn't do a week indoors. I couldn't do a week in it.
Yeah, we have a beach here that we're maybe about an 8 or 9 minute walk from. Like, the funniest thing would be you'd be walking down the beach at low tide, so it's a very tidal beach, huge amount of sand at low tide, and people would be coming towards you, and certain people would go obscene distance around you on the beach because they were like, there's a sea breeze, there's nothing happening.
Well, when you go to a beach and you think it's a new beach, Steve, and your peckers hang out, they're going to do that with you.
Dude, it was because they were afraid of my exhale, my breath, that they thought they would die.
Well, I saw
it's
joggers.
Funny, walking down a sidewalk, I can see. I could apply some logic to that. Maybe just try to not. I don't know if people want to do that, but you're on a beach and you're going like 20 feet away from people. It just seemed like the stupidest fucking thing.
But there's a draft on the beach, though.
Big time. It's called.
Yeah. The problem you've got, Topo, is when you're being fed fear porn 24/7, right? You believe anything. I know.
It was a big nothing. I think it was a big.
And it must. I honestly, I couldn't bear to think. How fucked up I would have been. I bought a cockpit machine. I played a couple of games and all that. Got bored of that quite fucking soon.
Oh.
And then fucking, that was it. I was out. End off.
I worked the whole time. It was the
We're
best
a different
work.
Good, man.
person, baby.
Yeah, I worked too.
It
was great. There was no one there when I did my work.
I'm not having a go with you, Biscuit. I'm not having a go with you over it.
I'm just a different caliber person. I would do absolutely fantastic.
No, mate, you've got different circumstances.
In a spacecraft going all the way to Mars and be completely alone for fucking 2
You're a loner?
or 4
You want to
years.
be a loner?
I like being alone. It's nice to have the peace and fucking quiet and not being called every 5 fucking minutes from friends.
Really?
Yeah. It's nice to have peace and quiet.
My
and
phone won't
family and
shut up.
friends.
Yeah, but it's just it's like I said, I'm glad I questioned everything, and I'm glad I ignored.
I'll be honest with you. I used COVID in the situation to allow myself to have that peace and quiet and not have anybody come to my house.
There's people like that. The one thing I'll say I liked about COVID, I hate touching people. I don't like handshakes and all that shit. And since COVID, it's great. No one will touch nobody. I'm like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
You don't handshake?
I worked with a lot of countries.
If I met you, you wouldn't shake my hand?
No, you're different. I mean, like, you know what I do for a living, and the guys that I'm usually with, they piss and shit on roofs sometimes.
Right.
So
you're the guys who leave the Gatorade bottles in the fucking closets When I go to finish the closet, there's a bottle of piss stuck in the corner. I'm like,
That's not me.
Yeah.
That's not me. We pissed down elevator shafts.
I know.
That
When
made
someone has a new tub installed, that's often the primary pissing place for a lot of the trades because you can have the drain open.
Yeah, exactly.
You
The
know?
toilet's not usually in place because the floor's done, the tub's in first. So
Exactly.
where are you gonna go?
Right. That's so true.
All right, I gotta take off. I hope to be on next week. So I'll see you guys. Y'all have a wonderful week, and I'll see you guys.
My left headphone give up the ghost, and my right earphone is beeping to say it's going to give up the ghost in a second too.
All right, sounds good. We're just going to bring the whole thing to an end here, guys.
Yep.
It's been a good one, fellas. Peace and enjoy your evening.
Nice one, Chef.
See you. God save the Queen.